All right, let me see here. Okay, I think we're live. All right. Sorry, I was a little late. A little late doing some stuff. My apologies. Welcome to episode 685 of the Sapio-Males Guide, or the Black Brain Trust. This is the Sapio-Males Guide to the Galaxy. Confusion. Confusion, yes. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. And actually, let me see. I have a co-host. Man, I was just on the phone with this dude. Where the hell? Hold up. Let me text him right now. Need your water, babe? Bottle, babe? Okay. Let me text him real quick. Yo, we're live. Sorry, you guys. We're not as polished as your more popular YouTube content folks. But no, it's cool because, we do our own thing over here. And we have the kind of conversations that we have over here. What up, Rich? What's going on, man? Peace. Let me do this. Press. The sound and the music is okay. Hold on. Oh, we're going to do that. That's the number we're going with today. 080. If everything sounds good, push that there. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. And then let me do this. Let me send this. Let me do this. Give me a second, you guys. Like literally, I was on a couple business calls. Then I was talking to Rael, game planning for this live stream. And then, yeah, just stuff kind of got squeezed. Give me just a second. There we go. I'm going to send this. We're going to talk about, wait, Dave Tao, you said 1? So if you push 1, that means the sound's not okay? Because if the sound is okay, you got to push 080. So if you press 1, that means there's something wrong. I do think it's kind of a little bit backwards. I hear you. You don't. Sounds good, bro. Do you guys hear music, though? That's my question. That is the question. And I'm just sending a quick text message. I'm sorry, you guys. Business stuff. My fault. I just came in. Yeah, you do hear it. Okay, sounds good. Okay, everything's cool. All right. Cool. And I just shot this text message. Okay, that's cool. So I'm just waiting for Rael to pull up. All right. We got Sheet in the house. Dave Tao in the house. Rich is in the house. What's going on, you guys? Welcome. Let me do this. Let me do it formally. There we go. All right. So, without going into too many details, man, there was a conversation I had with a lady friend of mine. And this word in that conversation came up, right? And it stuck out. And it stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Right? Confusion. Like it stuck out. I said, hey, I got a topic for a live stream. She's like, I'm not. She's going to catch this. But like I said, it's not about her story. It's about the actual state of being that we call confusion. right? That's what it's actually about. I'm just saying, like that. Our conversation was just more of the impetus for it. It's not about a deep dive into what her and I were going back and forth about. Um, and in my conversation with Rael, um, there was a couple of angles we were going to take with regards to this, right? Um, here we go already. Hold up. Okay. Wow, you said you here. All right, hold up. Why is it two A's in raw, dude? What the heck is that? What's going on? Hey, hello. How are you? My co-host is here. So I'm waiting for my co-host to come up, and then we're gonna get into this discussion here. Okay, hold up. Okay, you said rent you again. Hold on a second. Are you good now, bro? Yo, Ryle.
Yeah, it's me, fam.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
You
man,
had to create me. You had
what's
to
up
create
with
me
the?
another account. You had to create me another account,
Are
man.
you for real? Why? What happened?
Shit, I couldn't remember my damn password.
Shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna get it,
Yeah.
but I just didn't feel like going through it trying to figure it all out right now. So I just created another account right quick.
All right. Hey, man, is the sound and everything cool?
Oh yeah, you good, man. You good.
All right. You got. I got some guy called Gerald playing in the background. You hear that? Everybody good?
Yeah, I can hear fine.
All right. Bet. All right. Cool. All right, man. So we're gonna get into this topic, dude, because we was on the phone talking about it. And I was like, "Hey, man, we getting too deep into it on the phone, man. We got to do this shit on the live stream, right?"
Right.
But I was prefacing it. It was just kind of based on a conversation I had with a friend of mine,
Mm-hmm.
and um, confusion as a state of being, right?
Right.
Um, now, there's a couple of ways we can take this, right? There's a couple ways we can
Mm-hmm.
take this. I think one of the one of the most applicable scenarios we can apply like this notion of confusion to is the conversations that are typically had in the manosphere, right? So we can start there, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
you hear a lot of like different competing thoughts and ideas about how things are supposed to work. They run juxtaposed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what that suggests to me is like a state of confusion, right? Because in the description, this, confusion is defined as um, basic a lack of understanding or
Mm-hmm.
being in a state of
Can you
uncertainty.
can you tweak the music down a little bit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me do that. Let me do that because I think actually, there we go. There we
Cause them,
go.
them drumsticks hitting.
Yeah, 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 man. I gotta. This is gonna be a kind of like a, no pun intended, complex topic, man. So I gotta get some guy called Gerald in the background to get the brain juices flowing.
Juices flowing. Yeah.
So yeah, oftentimes, man, it's like what I find is that people walk around and they have like competing thoughts and ideas in their head, right? Their their thoughts and ideas aren't linear, right? See, so that's why they'll do things in a chaotic state
Mm-hmm.
because their thoughts cause confusion in their heads, right? And so, like I said, this transcends across different type of like scenarios, man, where we're talking about
Mm-hmm.
like again, like relationships, cultural, even like kind of like from a self identity standpoint, being in a state of confusion about who you are, right? But
Mm-hmm.
let's do this. We'll start with kind of like what the commonplace topic is, right? The manosphere relationships.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give me your take on the notion of the idea of like confusion and as it relates to that, because I think that is like the cause of the issues. People are kind of confused about how things work.
um, I think one of the things that actually confuses people as it relates to that particular aspect in terms of relationships is actually purpose. And what I mean by purpose, I don't just mean, you know, doing something that you do just to survive, you know. Um, um, Purpose in terms of self-actualizing the best version of yourself.
Mhm.
Relationships, when they're done properly, actually do help you self-actualize the best version of yourself. I've talked about this concept before on Roger's channel. Shout out to the Roger Report. Um, in terms of attachment theory, and attachment theory deals with how, from the infancy level, um, your primary caregiver, most of the time, which is going to be your mother, really sets the stage in terms of how what kind of attachment style you have based on how she treats you. So if you can either have a secure attachment style, which is the one you want, or you can have an anxious attachment style, or you can have a avoidant attachment style.
Mm.
So
Okay.
based on those types of things, they can set the stage to how you function as an adult. So for example, even in infancy, a baby, let's say a baby has a mother who the baby feels the mother doesn't have any affection for him or her. The baby can develop a defense mechanism that, even let's say the mother one day just happens to be just in a good mood and wants to show love to the infant.
Right.
The infant, because it developed this defensive posture to not getting the affection it would naturally want, will basically go limp like a sack of potatoes because it wouldn't really know how to really take the actual affection because it wasn't used to getting that type of affection from the mother. So basically, in a nutshell, even an infant can determine an ain't shit mother. Even an
Mm.
infant can. So, and then you're talking about layering that year after year after year until you became at least 18. And in this society, you're considered at least an adult at 18. So that's a lot of bad teaching in terms of your attachment style. And now you're in the real world amongst a whole bunch of adults that you have to contend with. And if you don't have the proper tools, of course you're going to come out here and make bad decisions because your attachment style is so skewed in the wrong direction. You don't know how to actually develop a healthy attachment style. And also, too many authors they talk about this dependency paradox, and we can go into that later on. But the idea that many people will formulate this notion that, well, I don't need anybody, which is more along of the avoidant attachment style.
Attachment style. Right.
But it's false because it's biologically impossible to not need anybody. It's
Yeah.
not even
This is
possible.
this is what I wanted to get into, like the state of confusion, dude.
Right.
Right? Because like you'll hear stuff like that, and then I'm like, okay, the world doesn't even fundamentally work that way, though.
No, not at all. No. No, the key
Like,
the actual key to actual human interaction is building relationships. This is why business is such a powerful industry,
yes,
because business is all about uh, building relationships, and it's a reason why it's in the social sciences, because a lot of it is deals with psychology. There's a lot of psychology that is attached to business. So it works hand in hand because you're dealing with consumers, and consumers are human. So you have to be able to figure out how to motivate them to buy your product in a nutshell, or use your service. So it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, so that's why I was kind of like, okay, this is like a topic that can kind of actually kind of run across the table, right? Because it ultimately deals, number one, with relationships. Okay, right now, that scenario that you came up with, right? That kind of lends people to getting into adult age and having sort of like a skewed a skewed view
Right,
of how relationships are formed and how they work,
right,
right?
right.
You know, and so that also translates over into business, like you just said, for example,
Mhm.
because see, social skills are social skills.
Right,
They translate across the board, man. At a certain point, this is like these are like non-physical, these are psychological things. Okay. And
right.
so, clarity of the mind is always going to benefit us at the end of the day. And so we have to like look at how it is that we may be moving in life where we are actually operating with two competing thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
right? Running
Right.
juxtaposed at the same time. And like I said, man, a lot of the times when you hear like redundancy and the whole reset of like the relationship conversations and stuff like that, it's largely because, dude, there's a lot of like I said, it's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. There's a lot of chaos and confusion in the
Mm-hmm.
conversation, and not a lot of common sense,
Right. Right. Right.
right? And this is what I really just started to pick
Well, I
apart here,
mean,
man.
there's obviously going to be a lot of confusion. Number one, because you especially as it relates to our group, um, um, there's just a really heavy dose of anti intellectualism, and I don't mean the Michael Eric Dyson type of intellectual. I'm talking about true critical thinking skills about complex topics. You
Hmm.
know, um, I was an English major in college, and one of the things I do appreciate from it, because I was a literature concentration major, and I really appreciate it because we were always reading about human experience
Hmm.
and the motivations of why this particular character did perform this particular act. And you're reading things like Hamlet and the back and forth that he had with his mother and how it ultimately drove him insane. um, these types of stories really, they were almost kind of better than reading history. um, and so because you're really talking about like really human characters who are flawed and sometimes just do dumb shit. you know and so but when you have, I mean, we know that the argument that we had in this space, in terms of the so-called educated lames and the so-called alpha, like that was a major that was a very contentious back and forth, precisely because that anti-intellectualism exists in Black America as a whole. And so um, there's going to be confusion when you have information out here that can actually, you can get and actually apply it to your life, that can be solution for you. But you're over here in a group that's constantly against that type of information because they don't want the change. They don't want to have to do the work to actually get the change, because it will be work. It means you're going to have tough conversations sometimes, maybe even with people you're related to. So you would rather not have to have those conversations. You would rather go out here in the public and try to be, let's say, a social justice warrior that takes away from your responsibility really to yourself, to maybe go to your mom and address why she made certain decisions in her life. It's a whole lot easier to keep up the confusion just to avoid having to have the real conversation that you need to have. It's actually
That's
much more
ugh,
easier and more advantageous
ugh,
if you don't want
dude.
to do the work.
You just really had to go there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, no, because that's what we see, right? And that's kind of where, like I'm like, I'm trying to pick apart and figure out, right, like why it is that we can't apply more common sense to things. Like, what is the source of the confusion, right? And what is it that inhibits us from seeking clarity on the matter? That's why I'm like, okay, like, again, the textbook definition is when you lack understanding. Okay, see, so it's not the best mode or method to go about life with a lack of understanding about what's going on in your life. Okay, because this results to uncertainty, and it's that's not the best scenario to operate in, man. Right, that's where I'm like, okay, things like common ground and stuff like that. Like, if you're gonna have conversations, wait, hold on one second, I'm sorry. If you're gonna have conversations, for example, that Jesus Christ, wait, hold on, dude, my bad, hold on one second. Okay, there we go. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Because I know it just pulled up. Okay. Yeah. So, no, I mean that's like I said, man. That's the reason why it's kind of like, okay, conversations never really go anywhere, and they're circular, right? It's rhetorical. And like I said, when people are seeking clarity, especially like on social media, stuff like that, right? You'll have discussions about the things that actually affect that actually affect us on a cultural level. But what happens here is that, again, you'll have people that'll say two competing notions at the same time to kind of muddy the water, and you can't get clarity on any of this, right? And we're always in this constant state of not being able to basically defer to common sense, right? As sort of like the initial go-to move. Like, it shouldn't go to hypothetical scenarios, what ifs, this, that. Well, if this didn't happen, then this, and you get into all of that muck and mire, and then guess what you don't do? You don't actually you're not actually in the moment. You're not actually present in the actual reality, right? To make the decision based on what is actually there. Like, that's where confusion clouds things. And this is the reason why people will repeatedly do the same shit over and over and over, because they don't actually apply common sense to their real world situation.
Hey, Complex.
Hey, Truth, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man? Welcome.
Peace, Truth. Peace,
thanks
Truth.
for having me on, man. Appreciate it, man. Good to be on the Black Brain Trust again. It's been a while. Rael, it's always a pleasure. I just started listening, and so I guess I missed it. You said that people have two competing ideas that that conflict with one another. Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah. So perfect example is what, like, let's just say for like one has a desire to be married, right? But then at the same time says, I'm SYSBM, right? Or I'm pumping up or something. Okay. Right. And so I'm just saying, like, what that does is kind of stifles the type of growth. Okay. Flip the mirror on that. You have women that'll say, well, I'm doing my thing, but then at the same time say, I want to be married.
Right.
Dude, these are polarizing concepts, right? That both are wanted, right? But see, you can't give the same type of commitments to both, right? So what happens here is that, like, if you're trying to move forward in life in one way or the other, there's going to have to be a path that you have to choose. And so what happens here is that we oftentimes don't see a lot of forward movement. Why? Because we're in a state of confusion.
Well, I'm gonna go back to something that Shelby Steele said one time a few years ago, and he said that Black people have been fighting for freedom so long. He said now that they have it, they don't really know what to do with it.
There you go.
And
That's another example.
And see, that's when you start really, you really got to start really looking at things especially from a generational standpoint. If you go just from the 90s to now in terms of technological advance, it's been like, it's like almost like when it was like the horse and buggy era, and then it got to the Nazi era, and it was just like submarines, planes, all types of things that you just could not imagine being in existence. And to me, I think that there is just really a divide generationally, not just in terms of technology, but just in information overall. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times Black people are taking advice from quite frankly old niggas who don't really understand the change that's here. And it's like, I'm not saying that all of these people don't have their best interests. I'm not going to say that, but it's a saying that history is littered with the bodies of good intentions. And so at the end of the day, like, these people might think they might be helping, but in a lot of ways they're actually sabotaging the future growth and development. Because if you saw colored water fountains and I never saw that, if you're speaking to me in a way that makes me say, hey, you got to watch out for them white folks, like, I don't have that experience. I just don't have it.
Yeah, so I've never seen a colored water fountain, dude, in my life.
Right. So I can't think with that kind of fear, because I actually never experienced that, type of living condition. And so, at the end of the day, like, I think that's really where a lot of stuff is really starting to come in play, because we're in an information age. And so when you have such a proliferation of information that is forcing people to grow, like, there's just no way that you can be in a society like this and have this information at your fingertips. We're talking about a couple hundred years ago, the printing press, and now you can download a book on your phone. So you're talking about just leaps and bounds in terms of technological advances, where even when it came to knowledge, not so long ago, the masses of people just didn't have access. Like, the public libraries by the business class 100 years ago was put forth so the masses of people could get educated and be more well read as a society. So this was a major thing for a lot of the early capitalists to build the libraries. I know Warren Buffett talked about how he there was times where he fell asleep, and he went. They locked the library up with him in there on his back reading books, because it was just so advantageous for somebody like him, who was not the most physically gifted type of man, but because there was another avenue in terms of finance that he could get into, he was able to make a contribution in a different way. So it actually helped him. So, but we have these things to our advantage as well, because we have people like Reginald Lewis, rest in peace to him, who utilized the same structure to advance himself the way that he did. So, but when you have a group, and that group dynamic is very powerful, because groups, can be sheep-like, they can be herd-like. And if the group is saying, hey, don't be a nerd, because nerds are lame, you have to fight against that collective consciousness, and really have to and a lot of times go against that collective thinking and isolate yourself, and it can be a lonely place. Just think about somebody like Nikola Tesla, for example. I'm pretty sure it was lonely for that guy.
I could tell you a thing or two about it.
Me too.
Shit, I know a thing or two about that, man. Goddamn, dude. Like, it can be a confusing it can be a confusing state to be in.
Yes.
It really can. When um when when you're trying to do something good, man, and people kind of don't like you for it. It's pretty fucking confusing, right?
Right.
You know?
Right.
Truth, you got did you have something you wanted to this is just a conversation. We're just having one. There's not gonna be any quotes, anything like that. Ryle and I kind of just we kind of collabed on this one. We were just sort of like, we're just gonna like touch on it from various aspects. But did you have something you wanted to chime in on?
Yeah. I actually had a conversation about this Rael recently, actually a few days ago, and I told him how it was extremely confusing to be raised in Portland and to be surrounded by black people, black women, and white women. And you grow up and you just discover that you're like, wow, black women treat black men worse than every other woman, worse than every other type of woman. That I said, Ryle, that is very confusing. And and like, I've married a white woman, I've dated black women, like I've come to accept it, I've come to understand it. Yet it's still confusing because it just doesn't make sense. That's a very confusing reality to have to live in, where your own tribe of women, your own demographic of women, treats you worse than all other demographics of women that you encounter. That doesn't make any sense at all. And so when I've come to grips with that, I understand it. It still doesn't make sense. It's still confusing. So maybe there's that double speak and the conflicting ideas. And I think that for me, it was just you got to make a decision, man. You go, well, I can keep. At the end of the day, I'm going to want a wife. I'm going to want a family. I'm going to want kids. So I got to make a decision. Well, I think for me, I knew what I want. When I went to school, I knew what I wanted to go to school for. When I wanted a career, I could always choose the type of career that I wanted for myself. And I didn't, it was that I was going to write my own ticket. And I said, Truth, you're going to write your own ticket, and that's just how it's going to be.
Well, Truth, let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject, but because I would, I understand that sentiment, right? I understand the sentiment, but let me is that more is that more indicative of just like how we have to understand people in general? Because I kind of look at, here's what I try to do, right? Like I won't, and this is just kind of, I'm asking this, right? I'm kind of posing this to you, right? What I kind of taken that as, right? Let's just say as how like I was received by like women, or particularly black ones, or what have you, right? What I tried to do was not operate in a state of confusion with that. What I actually tried to do was apply some common sense to the situation to see clarity on the matter. And what I found is that maybe this has something to do with me, for example, right? Maybe perhaps the type of person I am, listen, I mean, I'll be compatible with most, right? And so that's the clarity that one can gain out of a scenario like that. So
repeat that again. You said, what about most?
No, what I'm saying is that what I understand is that I'm me personally, I'm not compatible with most women in general.
Okay,
right. That would actually include sisters also. Now, what is that a bad thing? Is that a knocker? No, what it is that there was some confusion early on, maybe say like in my high school years and stuff, right? I kind of didn't understand like my interactions with them. It was always this weird kind of like, oh, they write me notes, spray with perfume, all that kind of stuff, but then have like the little boyfriend on the side. And yeah, pretty confusing, right? But then when I got older, I understood what it was about. right? It kind of continues to this day, but that's the thing. That's the part I see clarity on. That's why I'm not confused about any sort of situation scenarios that I have with women or females nowadays, because these are things that we learn over time, right? So what I don't do is hold juxtaposed views and ideas about things going forward. What I understand is humans, right? And you're not going to be compatible with everybody in a subset of a group. This is a reality, right? There's nothing confusing about this. This is what I learned over time, right? This is why I do Sapio shit, because I'm very specific about, how attraction works with, archetypes of brothers like ourselves, right? So it kind of weeds things out. So I don't have to project or think anything outwardly about anyone else, versus I speak to what actually resonates and works. And this is like the whole point of eliminating confusion and seeking clarity on the matter. Right. And so that was my question to you. It's just sort of like, okay, well, is this something that exists over time, or at a certain point, do we get out of that state and then understand how this all works? Because what we seem to get preoccupied in is the state of confusion, and we stay mucked and mired in it. And because you do that, you can't progress. You can't move nowhere.
Well, I think also too that people, there are a lot of people who think that like finding information that points you to things in existence that you didn't know means that you know how to properly respond to what you found. Like, for example, let's say if you was the most Christian person on the planet, and then you found out that aliens existed. You found the information that showed you something completely different than what you were used to believing in. How you gonna respond to that information though? Like, what is going to be your application in terms of your consciousness being able to accept that reality? Can you accept that reality? And for a lot of people, their mind state is, I've seen this take place so much, especially in the pro-black sectors when I was younger. Is the notion of, I would hear them say a lot, we just need to burn this down and start over, start over. And I would always ask the question, I was like, okay, well, what would you start? Okay, once you burn it down, like what would be your food distribution plan? What would be your educational plan?
We started by removing the ashes.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would be your what would be your plan to heal people in terms of medicine? Like when you say you want to start all the way over, I mean, that's literally wiping the board clean. Like, and just because you're not in control of it as a group. And so at the end of the day, like there are a lot of people who are they will ask for something that they're not really prepared for, including freedom. They will ask for it. They will keep asking for it. But man, if you gave it to them, like fully gave it to them, because like even when it comes to a lot of these women, they like, oh, I want to be free from men, and I don't want men to tell me what to do. And then a pandemic happens, and then all of a sudden they're looking exactly for the very thing that they have, a provider and a protector. You know what I'm saying? Now that's
what I'm talking about, dude.
You got the freedom. You got the freedom. But this is true freedom. This is what it really truly means to have that freedom. Like, the choice is on you. You got to figure it out. Are you really prepared? Are you really designed to actually have to figure it out?
Well, would you say that in that type? Wait, first of all, there's a guy in the back. I don't know who this is, dude. Like, there's a guy named Brother. This is Brother Man. I don't know who this is. If I don't know you, I'm gonna let you up, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you're not a regular, if I don't know, like, you never commented, I don't. or at least say something in the chat. I know you're not a troll or something, because I
Can
don't
somebody
fucking,
vouch for him? Can somebody vouch?
I
for
don't
this
know.
guy?
I don't. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know who this dude is. So I'm just
Well, like you were saying, Royale, and really it's real similar to what I was saying. It's like I always knew what I wanted, I always knew what I wanted. So for me, getting what I wanted was just a matter of just putting the work in, and even if I couldn't see necessarily how I was going to get to it, it just didn't matter. I was going to walk through that forest in the darkness until, that sunshine started to pierce through the forest so I could see something. But a lot of people, they don't really know what they want. They don't know what they want with women. They don't know what they want with relationships. So over here, you call it sapiosexual. Over on my channel, I call it submission. To me, it's the same thing. Essentially, it's the same building blocks of what we talk about. They just
no, sapiosexualism and submission is totally not the same thing, dude.
Well, the way I say it is. I mean,
it's not about what you say. It's about by definition, bro. Like, no, it's not the same.
Well, but you've got different definitions. You got a connotative definition, which is which goes to the person. So, for me,
well, no, dude, like sapiosex. Let's okay. Here's like one. Okay, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. All right, let's not create confusion. Okay, it's very clear. Sapiosexualism is attraction vis-a-vis intelligence, right?
Right.
Submission is not in that definition. The word submission is it's not.
You have different.
No, there's not a no. Hold on, dude. Hold on. There's not a yeah, but.
No, that is yeah, but.
No, there's not a yeah, but, because here's the thing. By definition,
you know what a denotative definition means? Okay. Denotative definition means the definition right out of the dictionary. Then you have a connotative definition, which means it's more the definition to that person. So when I say submission to me doesn't necessarily mean what it might mean in the dictionary. It wouldn't mean the same thing to somebody who was in a BDSM. It wouldn't mean
okay. All that's understood, right? But see, in the context of how we relate it to the content that we're doing here, right? Because like you just said, right? There's two versions. There's one that's personal, and then there's one that's general, right? So I'm saying the application of the definition is general with regards to the conversation here, because this is a social media platform, and look, let's make it even more broad. I speak to it from a psychological standpoint, right? That's why I don't talk about quote unquote relationships. I talk about psychological components that deal with relationships, right? So I want to make sure that we stay kind of in the venue of what I try to push this as. If you want to take sapiosexualism and then try to spin it into submission, feel free, but not here, because that's not how I approach this. And honestly, I don't see a connection to it.
Well,
in all actuality,
I could break it down for you.
Well, no, I mean,
because I consider myself a sapiosexual. I've been over here. That's why I'm here. I'm a sapiosexual. You know that. I consider myself a sapiosexual.
I know, understood. But when has like submission ever really? Okay. If that's the case, in my mind, right, as a sapiosexual, and we're kind of wait, hold on. We're sidebarring, right? Because there was an actual topic. But once again, this isn't necessarily an open panel. It's a panel based on the subject matter, which is confusion. So we're sidebarring. That's the other thing I want to mention. We kind of got off track, right?
Yeah, let's stay on track, y'all.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, no, let's not do that. I understand what I'm doing over here, right? To me, submission is synonymous with cooperation. It's synonymous with friendship. It's synonymous with vulnerability. There's synonyms that actually surround that word, right? See, so what I don't do is key in just on that word itself, but there's actions that happen that a person does that suggest to them that there is some level of cooperation and submission and vulnerability that they give to you. That is some true sapio shit. That's why I don't key in on submission. And the other thing that I don't do is really kind of get into the weeds on it like that, because it's really not about relationships, bro. I'm really trying to deal with the psychological aspects of things.
That's what I do too. That's exactly what I.
Hold on. Let me say
well, he cut me off and then sidebarred me, and then.
Well, no, the whole submission thing was a sidebar.
Interrupt me? Come on, man.
True.
Don't work the way.
True.
Hold on. Because this is what I'm saying is that, well, I didn't even want to get into submission. I'm just saying that's how I talk about it. That's not necessarily what I'm not even trying to bring that over here. But what I'm saying is that
you kind of did though.
No, but I didn't though, because what I'm saying is that I have a program. Like I know what I want. I want a submissive woman. And part of that, so once I know what I want, that's going to eliminate a lot of confusion. Because then all I have to look at is what I want. See, if I can get what I want, then I could be confused, but I'm still going to get what I want. So at the end of the day, that confusion is going to wash away. Now, here's the problem. Now, when you don't know what you want, then you meander. It's like somebody who works at Walmart for 20 years. They don't know what they want. They could do more. They could do a whole lot more, but they don't do more because they don't really know what they want. So they just are kind of comfortable and stuck. So part of this too then comes to, well, why are people stuck? Why are they so confused and staying stuck? Well, part of it is that it's part of this, like with information, right? And so part of this information aspect is being culturally competent. So part of this cultural competence is then going to be, are you culturally competent with information? Can you take the information, the stuff that the Black Manosphere started talking about, 10 or 15 years ago, even before YouTube? Are you culturally competent to be able to take that and absorb that and actually do something with that? A lot of people can't. A lot of people, they go, "Oh no, none of that's true. Why are you saying that? That's evil, and you sound like a white supremacist. You hate women and all this." And it's like, well, you're just not being culturally competent with his information. Well, then there's another aspect of that too, of the cultural competence when it comes to dealing with individual people, or even collections of people, demographics of people, Asian
Doesn't
people.
common sense cut through all this?
Common sense is not.
No, I mean this is the point that we were talking earlier, right?
Right.
That's why I'm
no,
like,
that's
okay.
not common sense, because if you've never dealt with other demographics,
No, I said isn't this where common sense cuts through all of this?
No,
really,
I don't think so. Because it's a skill. I mean, it's a skill. It takes courage. It takes experience to be able to have a level of cultural competence. So then you go, is that common? I don't necessarily think that's common. You have these people who love their hive minds, and they eat at the same restaurants and go to the same stores their entire lives, and they listen to the same music, and they never really kind of step out of these boundaries.
Hold on. Let me cut. Let me cut.
Go ahead, Rahel.
Let me cut in here. Okay, so when I was in my junior college years ago, it was this fine chick. Beautiful, dark skin, thick, just nice. And I will be in we had political science class together, and I would go back and forth with the professor, and we would just not go back and forth like we was arguing, but it was just debate, like, and it was like the first week of the class, like the first or second week of the class. And we got outside, and we just happened to just start talking, going towards the library. And she was just like, I'm fascinated by you. I'm like, what are you talking about? She was like, I mean, you look good, but she was like, it's the way you think. I love the way you think. And she had a dude at the time. And so she ended up, I was like, okay, and so she ended up, asking me for my number. I was like, all right. So, and she was complaining about the dude. You would think that she would have came over. She didn't come. She didn't submit to the intelligence. She didn't. What she actually did was she ran away from it.
I was about to say, it was drawn but then repelled.
Yeah, because that is much more likely going to be the experience, especially from a Black concept, because of the issue of things like swagger and cool and all that other type of stuff that really doesn't. I mean, it can affect things positively in certain contexts, but overall, like the the practical skill set is really going to carry a lot of things through. So that's not really the experience in Black America in terms of you representing the intelligence that the women in the group are actually going to submit to. Like, it sounds cool now, like women saying like, "Oh, I love tech guys now," because you're seeing Marvel make over $1 billion every movie. But the reality of the situation is that this is not even how the group is configured for women to actually be attracted to men of that particular caliber. So it really doesn't, it's really disjointed, because you can, and I'm pretty sure you have this experience as well, Complex, like you could be intelligent and they feeling it, they could be feeling it, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to actually submit. But that's actually what that's actually the standard that you should have, because it actually does weed out the women who ain't real, though. Because once a woman comes across a man of that caliber, and there's something that she feels in that direction, if she doesn't act upon it, then she's really showing like really where her head is really at. So it really helps you. But in general, like when you have that standard in terms of elite intelligence and things like that, by definition, you're gonna weed out a lot of women who are not
I
gonna
was
be able
gonna
to
say
measure up to that.
there's no confusion on my part, right? Like, it's like I know what I know, okay, and I use it for my gain, right? But that's not the sum total of who I am as a person, right? Like I don't like hang my hat on being a quote unquote smart guy.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. Do you know me personally?
No, I don't know you personally.
Okay, well then I'm saying if you knew me personally, you'd know that that's not true, dude. Like I fucking race cars and I do all kind of shit, right? Like I smoke herb. I'm sitting over here drinking a beer right now. like don't put me in a fucking box. Now I'm talking to you. I'm just saying generally speaking, right? See, so what I'm not confused about is who I am. I know what my tendencies are. I know my proclivities are. Like, see, some people they hedge or they stake their claim on quote unquote being intelligent. No, I know that that's my strong suit. That's how I fucking get out here and do shit in the world. I use my brain. But that's
Right.
not the sum total of who I am. Right?
Right.
I'll knock a motherfucker's teeth out too. I'm fully capable of doing that as well as doing international business. I can do both, right? And I'm unapologetic about it. I'm not confused about these type of seemingly diametric characteristics that exist within me. No, I've actually incorporated them wholesale, and it makes up who it is that I am as the singular person.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something too, Complex.
Hold on, I want to say something real quick, Rail. I want to go back to this submission Sapio issue, because
We're not gonna go
you make
back
it
to that.
sound like it's
No,
totally
no, come on.
different. It's not different. It's not that different from the aspect. It's like a Venn diagram. Like in sapiosexual, you got you've got this your attraction to intelligence, that kind of, you guys, it's like a Venn diagram, and submission in a relationship and sapiosexual, they're not the same. It's not the same thing. They're different. They're definitely different, but there's so much overlap. There's a lot of overlap there, because when you have a relationship based off intelligence, you guys are doing a mind meld together, and where two minds become one, which in that same way is like, submission with your wife and a husband. It's like two become one, and you guys kind of set your sights on these goals together. And I think in that way, that's where they start to connect.
When you say the overlay, that was what I was talking about. There, like, there's the other characteristics that exist, right? Like, so, like vulnerability, friendship, right? Like those are, that's why I don't like to key in on that word submission, because I think it's a misnomer, and I think that relationships involve far more interaction than just the requiring of a woman to quote unquote submit to you. Right. There's interplay right? A man submits to a woman, woman submits to a man. See, so to harp on submission as a singular thing it's fruitless to me. That's why I didn't want to go down that road. I'm like, we're beyond.
Oh no, I'm not asking
we're
you to
actually
go
quite
down that
above
road,
that.
but I'm not trying to go down that road. But what you tried to do was tell me like what I'm saying about submission, what my
No, what I
definition
was trying to
was,
do is just
and
tell
then
you
try to say that it
where I
was
wasn't
totally
trying to
different than what you
sidebar.
were saying. But you sidebarred it. I didn't do that. I wasn't really trying to harp on that. What I was just trying to
Okay.
I was just bringing that up as a point. But I think that's the most interesting thing is that's actually why I use the word is because it's so distasteful. That's actually why I use it, because it doesn't sit right with people. That's why I say it. And there's a reason for that, because a lot of black men, they need to be more selfish. They need to be allowed to go after what they want and to know what they want and then go after what they want. And sometimes you got to be a little, you have to, sometimes it works to say things ugly to sometimes, I guess is what I'm saying. But
Hey,
my point
Ronald,
isn't my point isn't to necessarily argue with you about
no, it's
submission.
not. No,
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, no, that's not the case. Like Ronald and I, we just did what was that? Like last week, the Megalomaniac live stream.
Right, I was on that too.
Okay, yeah. So literally, we were literally just touching on that mindset, right? But see, I would say that wholesale, if you're gonna really try to adopt these types of mindsets, higher concepts and stuff like that, right? So how do I want to say this?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Riley. Yeah. I'm kind of fishing for words, dude. Go ahead.
Let me say this. In my experience, especially in Black America, there is nothing that will get you isolated more, especially as a Black man, than being completely and entirely sure of yourself.
Thank you.
If you want to be alone in Black America as a Black man, have balls to the wall self-esteem for yourself and confidence in yourself.
You can get you killed.
That's confusing. That's what's actually confusing, because the very people that will claim that they want you don't really want you as a collective.
Speak on it, bro.
And so that's where I learned this probably 12 or 13 years old. When my dad's girlfriend, she said to me, she said, Junior, she said, you just know you the shit, don't you? You just know you the shit. And I was like, why you say that? And she was like, because you just walk around like you just own the world. You just the way you just walk around like you own the world. And I looked at her and I said, because I do. And she just started laughing. But she picked up on that self-esteem and that confidence when I was 12 and 13 years old. And what Black America tries to do to Black men is trying to shame them into being productive.
Knock you down a peg. Got to knock you down a peg or two.
They'll shame you into productivity as it relates to benefiting them. But in terms of having your self-concept and having that self-esteem, which is nothing but a high regard of yourself, they don't want you to have that, because that's the thing that will actually make you wake up and say, man, why am I doing this shit for this person? They don't even like me. They don't even care about me. And this is why that's
why I say submission right there, because I want my guys to have that type of confidence where you can say, this is what the what is. That's exactly it.
And that's why you'll hear a lot of times in Black America, and I'm pretty sure y'all probably heard this in y'all experiences with the females, when you might have checked them on something and their response was, well, who do you think you are? Like in the question,
who the fuck I am?
Yeah. In the question itself is the notion that you're not supposed to think highly of yourself. The question is telling you what they expect you to think of yourself, which is to think lowly of yourself. Because if they can get you to think lowly of yourself, you'll do their bidding unquestioningly. You'll do it.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like, okay, this is why I always kind of push having your own agenda, right? Because when you have your own agenda, that ensures that anything you're doing it's for the benefit of you. And then if you choose in that agenda to include other people, you can, right?
Right.
But if you're doing that, then that's just kind of where the buck stops, right? But if you're just out here trying to be essentially just a goddamn eunuch for people, right? Then yeah, you're just going to be productive for everyone else and not yourself. You're going to run yourself into an early fucking grave.
Right. Exactly.
Real life, what are you laughing at? Somebody, let me see. Oh, it's Paul. And real life. Hey.
Hey, peace. I was starting to take it personally. I'm kidding. Hey,
No.
peace to everybody.
You know what? Look, I couldn't really see down there. Why didn't you put something in the private chat?
Oh, I put it in the regular chat. I didn't know.
Oh, okay. No, because that other guy came up. I didn't know who the hell that was.
Yeah, I saw her say something, but I thought she was just
who is that? Does anybody know who that is? I mean, like, because if somebody knows him, I don't want to be disrespectful. It's just that
I don't remember who he is.
I have no clue.
No clue? Okay, if y'all don't know who he is, then if nobody can vouch for him, I'm not gonna let him up, right? Because you know, trolls be doing dumb shit.
Did he ever type in the chat?
I don't know. I just saw it. I saw it down there, and then I asked him to put something in the like to acknowledge like the chat or something, like in the chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't do it, so I just never let him up.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way to go now.
Yeah,
I don't remember. If anything, that he might be the guy that has been with like Irv Gotti that was on Roger's panel. If I'm not mistaken, it could be him, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. I mean, I asked him to put. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful because this is an open platform. It's just we don't do trolls, right? And I don't want somebody coming up here and then flashing some prawn or some dumb shit. So at bare minimum, like say peace to Black Brain Trust, good evening everyone. Say, come on, y'all know what kind of venue this is. Like acknowledge yourself when you come in here, right? Like do that. Don't just hit the link and I don't even know who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right. Talking about bro, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm no disrespect. If he's still listening, like damn, say something. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I got you. I got Paul. What's going on, Paul?
Peace, Paul. Peace.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Can you hear me?
Hey,
yeah, you good, man. You good. Hey, so let's see. Real life, Paul. Let me start with real, and then we'll go to Paul. I'm not sure where you guys have kind of came in on this. What you have, what thoughts that you have on the conversation? Because really, what we were just talking about, how like people operating in a state of confusion and basically how it transcends across like different aspects of life, right? Whether it's like business, relationships, hell, even like your engagements in social media, right? Because Ryle touched on that too, with older people having certain positions and educating younger people on it, right? But they're not active. They're kind of going on basically just sort of memory recall and sort of like how they analyze things, but with no actual engagement to really bump that up against something in the real world, right? Mm-hmm. So what happens is that what we find is that we have a lot of stasis and stagnation. People don't want to, they're not quick to move on something. They don't make quick decisions, sound decisions, firm decisions, right? But it's a lot of wavering, and then it's a lot of stupid decisions, right? Mm-hmm. Because we don't really have a clear path on things.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, that clarity of intention. So, well, there's so much to respond to, but I'll say so. I think the original confusion comes from self-confusion or lack of knowledge of self, and it's
that's the actual definition of confusion, right? Lack of understanding.
Gotcha. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. But specifically of self, so we're going out in the world, and then y'all touched on it earlier with the idea of like polarizing comments, because there are we're propagated to live in a unilateral existence, which someone else also pointed to, and then we communicate that way, right? But none of that is real. So number one, because we don't function that way, we don't exist that way. But if we don't know ourselves, we have no idea how to make some sort of reconciliation between that not being real, what's so-called expected, especially with the stereotypes that were mentioned before, and this idea of like, you know, what someone is supposed to be and how they're just supposed to only present that way, which is not realistic, right? So you were mentioning, Complex, about the idea of, you know, your understanding of your intelligence, but you don't necessarily hold that in front of you as your signpost.
Right.
It just happens to be how you maneuver around the world,
right?
Which is truly the ability to have intelligence and be able to live with it, right? But also an understanding of being a multi-layered creature. And so we get caught up, I think, in these ideas, what we're supposed to present as and what we want people to understand us as. But if there's no self-knowledge, then it's not coming from any kernel. There's no root there. It's just whatever the situation sort of calls for.
Mm-hmm.
And
whatever Instagram shows you that. Wait, you know what? I gotta do my hack.
Exactly.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Exactly.
I gotta do this.
Okay.
All right. It should work now. Okay. Do we still have an echo? We shouldn't have any echo anymore.
Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't hear one before.
No, I could hear. No, I could hear it when you were talking. Then I was responding to you. I could hear echo, so I have to do this little streamer hack. But it's gone now. Okay, you're good.
Perfect.
You're good. Go ahead.
Right. So of course, you know, we could speak hours just in that piece right there, right? But to fork off on it, it's interesting how the conversation changed from what was just stated, meaning what you just stated with what you're asking us, but then also with the definitions that well, I guess according to is it Ra, overlapping, the idea of sapiosexualism and submission, right?
No,
so,
that was truth. That was truth.
Okay,
That's
true. Gotcha. Yeah. So then there goes the lack of clarity. But then the thing is that I understood exactly what you were saying, right? But something about the lack of clarity and communication, I think, is really at the heart of both of the aspects. So it's interesting that it happened, because a lot of times people will have a depth of intelligence and it's just not able to be communicated. Not saying that happened here, but I think that sometimes that's a real issue, right? So, you know, I have a lot more to say, but I just wanted to kind of touch on those bullet points, and then maybe I'll delve into them a little bit more deeply after.
Thank you, Miss Real.
Yes, sir.
My goodness.
Well,
I love when you don't come up here often, but I love when you come up here.
Thank you. I always love coming up here. Anytime I catch you live, I always come through, or at least definitely.
No, I like when you're up here.
Thank you.
One thing I just noticed too is that, you know, the thing, I look at the black community, I go, the black community, it lacks women that would make great wives. I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to, like with the black manosphere, sort of what we talk about. It's like black men can't find quality wives, right? And I go, well, black people, we should have quality wives. If we boiled it down, what would that mean? It would mean a submissive wife. If you just boiled it down, that's what it would be. And it's so funny. I get so much pushback on that. I mean, more pushback from black men than actually black women, which I didn't really expect that to happen, but I find that real fascinating though.
No, I just think that sometimes it's not really like, well, and this is just, you know, like with that's, I don't know if that's
it's not really not applicable, because the genesis of us having this discussion was not even really rooted in women per se. It's really covering the overall human experience.
Oh, so I guess I was confused by that, because it said sapiosexual. I thought sapiosexual had a woman on the front, so I thought.
Well, no, maybe but that's not necessarily indicative. And seeing this is again, right? Like I think that so okay. Number one, I use the type of thumbnails that I use for these live streams because I like art, right? I like art, so I always use like really interesting looking thumbnails, right? Sapiosexualism though deals with intelligence, not necessarily relationships, right? So what we're looking at here is we're dealing at the spheres of intelligence, right? One of those spheres is psychology. Okay. And in the psychology realm, one thing that we can discuss is when one is in a state of confusion, it's all apropos, right? That's why I like people get my Sapio shit fucked up oftentimes because they think I'm talking about relationships and I'm not most of the time. Real life, she'll tell you this.
Yeah, you do. What do you mean?
She'll tell you that, like, most of the time we're not even talking about relationships. That's why I was like, okay, the title is
that seems unfair though, Complex, doesn't it? Because I mean, I've listened to a lot of your Sapio live streams. I've been over here before. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I don't want to be argumentative. I know what you're saying, but you know, sapiosexual, that's, you know, it's attracted to intelligence, and you know, as a man, you're going to be attracted to women. But I do get what you're saying, that it's not necessarily about relationships, but you're not saying, well, you want to make the relationship sweet and put syrup on it, and you're not saying that. You're talking about like building blocks between men and women more per se.
And from where you're centered, like what drives your, you know, I guess I don't want to speak for anyone, but what drives your just attraction in general, I guess. But of course, certainly if we're talking about in a sexual way, it would be man and woman, but just what generally kind of floats your boat in life, I guess, also I think apply, right?
Yeah, I mean, but the main thing is that, okay, this is why I wanted to center back on. Okay, so the thumbnail is the eye candy. I'm guilty. I'm sorry, right? Hey, you know, yes, I'm a sapio, and yes, I also like women that are attractive. Okay, and you know, eye candy, thumbnails, blah blah blah. However, the title is called Confusion, and that really is what we were centered on, right? And like the thing was that Raw and I, we had a conversation on the phone before we went live.
Did that conversation have anything to do with you and I's conversation, Rael? Because when you say it, I go, well, then I got to think y'all our conversation might have helped spur it. No.
Actually, if you go back to the beginning, what I was telling you is that it was a conversation that I had with a friend of mine.
Oh. Right.
That's what sparked this. It was a conversation that I had with a friend of mine, and the word confusion stuck out. And I said, confusion. And because Rael and I did a live stream on my channel when I first started the Sapio stuff, and this was on my channel before I brought it over here. We did one called Troublesome Chicks. Okay. And there was a lot in what Rael was saying when he was talking about the juxtaposed positions, right? The juxtaposed psychological positions, right? That oftentimes women will hold. And that's why I hit him up and I said, yo, I got an idea for one. And so we game planned on it, and that's what we're doing now. So that's how this came about. Like, dude, all of the topics and subject matters for these live streams, dude, come on to my brain. Like, there's no one in YouTube that I source material from. They source it from me. I don't do reaction videos. Who the fuck else is doing sapiosexual live streams in the manosphere? I'll wait.
Right.
Go ahead, Real.
I've done one.
No, I'm just agreeing. That's why, you know, I don't really. I'm gonna click out and come back in real quick. So if you don't mind, just keep an eye on the back. I'll be right back.
Do you need me to drop the link again, or you got it?
If you wouldn't mind, when you have
Hold
chance,
on, I'll drop it right now.
I can just go ahead and do it here if you don't mind.
Oh, that's cool. I'll drop it right now. I'm gonna let Paul get in on here.
Thank you. Be right back.
Okay, no problem. What's going on, Paul?
All right, y'all. I am literally trying to figure out the cellular phone for Taiwan Mobile for my son getting ready to walk out the door. So let me check back in a second.
No, you good. You good. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on something. You know, we've seen many men in these spaces, you know, have conversations about what they think, you know, a woman should be. And so, but inherent in that viewpoint is the obligation and the duty to have the intelligence, the prerequisite intelligence too, to go with that. Because a woman doesn't, it doesn't benefit any woman to follow a man who is not, that doesn't have the intellectual or intelligence to actually lead her in the proper direction. And so many times there are men who will just think that a woman should just follow him just because he's a male, like she should submit to him.
Right.
But what she's really submitting to is the mission. The word submission, the key aspect of the word is mission. Now the question is, the man who is asking or demanding submission, does he have a fucking mission? That's the question. Because it ain't no submission there if there ain't no mission.
Mission.
It ain't gonna happen.
Shit.
Now this is precise. That's that Venn diagram. That's precisely where that you start to see that Venn diagram. So let's clear up some of this confusion between sapiosexual and submission, like they're totally different when they're not, because to have a woman submit, you for sure are going to have something going on for yourself, because she's going to have to want to get on your program, and you're going to have the same life vision, and she's got to feel very comfortable under your leadership with this mission that she adopts as her own.
But the two are not. Are not like that's the thing. But in
that same way, when you have two intelligent people together and they're attracted to each other based off their intelligence, well, just them being intelligent that's not just going to be it. It's much deeper than that. Out of that mind meld between two intelligent people, they're still going to, if they get married and that relationships, is built off their own psychology, that same ability to form a bond based off a mission together is going to present itself. It might present itself, maybe differently on the front end, but on the back end, it's going to look very similar.
Well, okay, but here's the thing, right? This is the reason why I don't like to key in on that word, because it's honestly, it's not something that should ever have to come up in conversation with, like, if you're dealing with a woman, okay, that should never have to come up.
That's really true.
Okay, this is the reason why I don't like to even like to discuss the shit. I don't even think it should be a topic, because see, the thing is that if the bond isn't like sort of, if it isn't organic, okay, because like I said, how quote unquote submission looks is actually it's a few things. Like I said, number one, vulnerability. Is she vulnerable to you? Okay. 2, friendship, communication. It's all these things. That is what makes up submission. So when you say submission, the actual word itself, there's a certain connotation. But in the actual context of a relationship, when you actually break that down, it's not quote unquote submission. It's a few things. Right. And see, these are the things that, okay, well, this is why I don't like to talk quote unquote submission, because it's not that simple. Relationships are, and I'm not saying this to you, this is for the people listening and the playback and the everything. Relationships are not that fucking simple. This is what causes confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but okay,
right,
well,
exactly.
This is what causes the shit.
We have to actually
understand
but sapiosexual is not that it ain't that simple.
Well, okay,
you can't base relationship.
You're on my own channel.
True.
I'm not finished.
Chill out, bro.
Ryo, I don't need you jumping in here. Okay.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is on my channel. I'm trying to complete a thought.
I hear you.
Right.
And that's all he was trying to do. Okay, but let me finish the thought.
In here, okay,
it's cool, but let me finish the thought. The reality is that human beings are complex individuals. Pun intended.
Okay.
By design, double pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're not simple. So simply just saying submission, come on, that's reducing the human experience.
I don't do that. First of all.
Okay, so then let's not use the goddamn word.
I don't know why, but that's the thing. Why be all hung up on the word?
I didn't bring it up.
You can call it but this is the thing, though. You can call it sapiosexual.
True. Truth.
But you call it
is no
sapiosexual.
truth.
And a lot of men, a lot of black men, they don't feel
Check it out. I've been doing this shit way longer than you.
You've been doing what longer than me?
The sapio shit way longer than you. I got way more stripes in this shit. Literally, if you go type sapiosexual
what's that? You got more videos on sapiosexual?
No, that means I can speak to it.
You're trying to like boss up because you got more sapio videos?
So wait a minute. Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna here's the truth as I know it challenge. Go Google sapiosexual and submission and come back with your findings and let's talk about it. Let's do that.
I've already researched it. We can talk about it now.
Well, there's nothing.
What's your point?
No, there's literally.
How would you know? But how would you know? You're acting like an expert on something that you don't know about.
So wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. Whoa,
Because here's this is the thing. I can say the same thing about sapiosexual.
Check this out.
Can I respond to you? Can I respond to you?
No, because here's what I want you to do. I want you to read the title of this fucking live stream. It's about confusion. It's not about submission. It's about confusion, not about submission.
Let's enjoy the fact that we have a prime example right here. We have some confusion here. Can we?
Yes. So I'm trying to clarify the matter.
Right.
It's not about submission. So can we cut that shit?
It's about the clarity. I'm trying to bring clarity. It's not.
I know.
No. You're saying the word submission is stupid, so don't say it.
True. Check this out. I bring the clarity. I'm the motherfucker like hosting this live stream. I'm the one who titled it. I'm the one with the direction on the shit. I'm the one who hit up Rael. If anybody's gonna provide clarity, it's me, my nigga. Real talk. What are you talking about?
But okay, I'll tell you. Because
you can't tell me shit. I'm the one who knows intrinsically where this conversation we're supposed to go. This is why I'm trying to like cut this submission shit short. Because that's not where this conversation was supposed to go. And you know how I know this? Because I'm the one doing this live stream. So I'm just saying, bro, you can respect it or fall the fuck off at this point. No disrespect, but
it's hella disrespect. It's hella disrespect. Because we're talking about an idea.
You pulling up on my shit.
It's so petty.
Talking some other shit. Bro, come on, dude. For real?
What are you talking about? So you don't want me to say anything then? You want me to just leave? Is that
what I'm saying is that submission was not the top. That's not the subject matter.
Just let me know when I can speak. I'm not trying to make it a subject matter. But
go ahead, Paul. You got it, man. I've been waiting for you to come in, dude.
Let me step in. Please,
Paul's been here for a minute. He hasn't spoke.
So I can't respond to all that.
No, what I'm saying is that Paul's been here for a minute and he hasn't spoke. Well, I'm going to say it again. Paul's been here for a minute and he hasn't spoke.
You just don't want that smoke.
No, that's all it is. No. There is no smoke. I got smoke in the garage, fam. I grow smoke. The reality is that
the same thing that you say about
hey, true. This ain't the other channel.
Sapiosexual ain't all about
true.
It ain't just one.
Gentlemen, you gotta.
No. I'm just saying. I'm trying to get a grip on this. Truth. Check this out.
And I understand.
Wait, Paul, just give me this one. Truth.
Man, just drop him,
Paul's been on the panel for a minute and he hasn't said it.
Man, just drop him, bro.
I'm just saying. No, I'm trying to be respectful to Truth because he's been here before. But the reality is that
he ain't being respectful though. Damn.
Well, I'm trying to give him the benefit. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the reality is that I acknowledge real life. She spoke. Paul came in at the same time. He hasn't spoke yet. Go ahead, Paul. You got it, bro.
I think this is one of those situations in which a challenge presents an opportunity. Listen, if we're gonna score it, I would score it like, I don't know, say 5 disrespects to Complex is 1, right? But here's like being grown-ups, let's do it like this. The score don't matter. We're not children. Like the point matters, right? Like, and the egos don't even matter as much. We're all human beings. Nobody wants to be insulted. Nobody wants to be put down. But again, like, we all are here and we gathering together for a purpose and for a reason, right? Like, so that is the primary focus, or it should remain the primary focus. And I think it's one of the reasons why, I'll be frank with you, Black people be losing sometimes, because a bunch of powerful people with a bunch of powerful identities and a bunch of powerful like outlooks, sometimes it's not easy to come to common accord. And sometimes you got to like slow up or fall back or sit down, however you want to call it. But like, don't look at it from like a teenager or childish perspective, like as far as the interpersonal conflict, look at it in terms of the greater mission, right? Because like, don't let temporary stuff derail you. Don't let personality conflicts derail you, because I respect you both and I respect the conflict. But like, in order to move past it onto the next thing, you kind of got to give each other the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
Do we?
Or we can build.
That's it, exactly, Paul. Exactly.
Or we can build from the fact that there is, and I'm going to say it again, there's a perfect illustration of confusion right here, right now. And since that's the topic, maybe we can build off of that.
Hey, real life.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad you said that. So do you see this right here?
Yep.
Can you read that for me?
Sure. The Merriam-Webster dictionary.
Wait, do you have your glasses on?
Yeah, I had to press buttons and shit. I was over here typoing like
Sorry,
crazy.
I had to rib you a little bit. Go ahead.
The Merriam-Webster dictionary classifies sapiosexual as, quote, sexually attracted to highly intelligent people, end quote, or, quote, a person who finds intelligence sexually attractive or arousing, end quote. The meme had a point, not knocking your predilection for a naughty snap now and then, but personally, I've always been attracted to intellect.
Okay, so wait a minute. Where did you see the word submission anywhere in there?
I did not.
Okay, so that's all I was just trying to say.
How about
that's what I was trying to keep it on, right? And that's the whole thing, right? That's why I'm not trying to confuse people.
Mm-hmm. So
right?
let's
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Let's ask ourselves, if we could, where the confusion started, because and I'll start. I think it started in the idea of definitions and personal attachments to terms, and those worlds kind of getting muddled, and then the clarity kind of came there. So it was like, okay, well, we can't go around, just saying, well, this is what I want the word to mean, and else we'd be going around just having guttural utterances, and we wouldn't be able to understand each other at all. Unless we're right there in person and we're using sign language. I teach English, and I teach people who do not speak the language that I speak, right? And actually, the format is that we don't use their native language in the classroom. So what happens? I end up using a lot of body language, right? We don't have that here. So we're working off. We've got several points that are being made that I think we can delve deeper into, but the confusion started there. So at this point, we get it, right? So
we don't get it yet, though. I don't think we get it.
No.
Let me tell you why. Let me say this one thing. This is what I mean, complex. This is what I mean. So you said like submission. I don't want to use that word because it's like a stupid word, and there's more important building blocks that kind of undergird that. And I agree completely. I when you said that statement, I go, no, that's 100% true. I'm with you. But I would say at the same time, that's true with being a sapiosexual. It's like it's true in the very same way, because it's not that you get two intelligent people and then magic just happens. No, you have intelligent people that are attracted to you, but then the same building blocks, those two intelligent people are smart enough and have the intellect to build a relationship based off of core values, off of vulnerability, off of communication, off loyalty, off respect. So the building blocks underneath both are going to be very similar, and I think that's my point. But even bigger than that, right? And this is why I say submission, and I'm realizing how offensive it is, and people don't like it. Like when BGS made that video saying,
I don't even think it was about.
That's not what it's about.
Let me finish. No, let me finish. Because I just want to share this with you. I'm not, I just want to share this, because me and BGS had a conversation. You don't have to breathe under your breath, man. Come on, man.
But it's like, also give yourself a chance
to tell somebody who can breathe under their breath, man.
Because I don't like that respect. Why don't you mind your business?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck.
Whoa. Okay, hold on.
What are you talking about, nigga? This is
wait.
ain't got shit to do with any of this.
Yeah. First of all, we don't
fucking breathe out my motherfucking mouth. Who the fuck you talking to?
Yeah, because
I'm talking to you.
I'm a grown ass nigga. I'm a grown ass fucking man. I can breathe the way the fuck I want to.
All right. Hey, Ryle, no, don't trip.
Yeah, I was just about to say, y'all.
No, don't trip, dude. Like,
you've been talking, you've been over talking this man the whole time on his own show. Like, I breathe hard, and you got a problem with me?
We've been trying to move past this for what? 20 fucking minutes already? Yeah, I'm expecting you to breathe hard at this point.
Right, and then especially when we start bringing up people who aren't even here and stuff. Like,
Jesus Christ.
But you know what's crazy to me about it, though?
Like, nigga, you talking all the fucking time.
Oh my God, dude, what the hell? Hey, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, man.
So what's crazy about it to me, though, is that, like, and I think there's just this element that, like, exists, like, in the Black manosphere and the manosphere and all this other stuff like that. These cats are obsessed with, like, submission and
yes, totally.
That, like, chicks haven't done well enough by them for. And I mean, you know, like, it's like, Jesus Christ, brother. Like, let it go, man. You will never actually get to the point where anybody will find it appropriate to bow down in front of you until you get the fuck off of this stuff, man.
So,
like,
oh my God.
I be feeling bad for these brothers, man. But like, I don't know how exactly. And I tell you the way that I have found to best address it. The only way that I found to address it is to try to help these cats find means to where, like, they can move more freely around the world. It's just period, point blank, like trying to get a better job so they got more money, right? Like, so, and then they ain't got to be so mad at random chicks for no reason. But also know that this isn't just isolated, like in the Black manosphere or, you know, Black men. Like, there's an entire incel movement. There's an entire thing that needs to be done for, like, dudes that feel disempowered and angry and resentful about, like, male-female interactions. And I'm not trying to say that that's what Homeboy was on. I'm not trying to pigeonhole him. None of that stuff like that. It's not an attack on that individual. I'm just saying that, like, to reach that far for submission and to not be able to let it go is just weird, man.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay,
right.
that's the reason why I had Real Life read the definition of sapiosexual.
Mm-hmm.
And I needed to we needed to hear it for posterity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I needed to hear what the connotation, like where the association with submission was. I needed to hear it.
I just
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it when you
it
read
wasn't
the
there.
I didn't hear it.
I just watched sister, what's her name? Dr. Venus, prime example. I just watched a video, one of her videos recently, in which she talked about the healing in terms of healing with Black men, understanding the perspective of Black men and why Black men react in certain ways to certain situations that Black women really can't fathom based on the comfort level that they actually have in American society. And she talked about how she openly stated, like, how she loved her dude and she was attracted to him and all of that. But she said, I ain't gonna acquiesce though. Like, that notion of, like, submitting, like, she was like, no, I ain't doing that. But she claimed that she talked about how much she loved him and all that type of stuff. So again, like, when we had this conversation, like when we was having this conversation behind the scenes, the irony of it all is that when we was actually having this conversation about confusion, we were more focused on the men in the sphere than the women.
Thank you. Oh my! Know what? Hey, dude. Hey, hold it down. I'll be right back. Hey, hold it down. I'll be right back.
That's the funny thing about that. That's what made this so funny, because when we were talking about it, we weren't heavily focused on the female aspect. We were more focused on the male aspect and why there's so much locking horns of men, because there's so much confusion, because men would say one thing and then do another thing. You know, men will say, man, you know, we tired of these women, but you turn it around and you got women with a whole bunch of wrenches on your channel. So, you know, and so that's really where the focus really was when we were talking about this behind the scenes. So he jumped in it with his talking point that he liked so much, not understanding that behind the scenes that really wasn't even our focal point like that. That our focal point was really in terms of the confusion aspect was more based on our experiences with certain men in the space who we feel keep up a lot of confusion.
Yes. And perfect example, even on a double layer that happened there. And it's true what both y'all were saying. And Paul, you mentioned this idea. It's like no matter where people look, they're going to keep coming up with these term du jours, and it's annoying as fuck, because first of all, it's like, and I'm not going to diss the brother who left. It's just the point of, I just want to spring off the point of what happened. So if you're listening, sir, I'm not trying to diss you. It's like, no matter where you go, there you are. You're going to find these conversations. And let me just, for the record, state, I don't listen to a lot of these channels that I think many of us in these circles that overlap are familiar with. So I don't know what they're talking about now. But it sounds to me like when I was familiar with them, it's still the same type of conversation. And on the other side, it's true too. So if women are constantly like, okay, submission would have the idea of a leader, right? Just for a second, not to get all into it, but if there's a beginning point and a second point, then if everything's being led to that cubby hole of what submission is, then everybody's going to be obsessed with it in a really dysfunctional way. And therefore no thinking person, woman, male, whatever, would even think about following that lead. That doesn't make any sense. So then that conversation starts to happen when the actual conversation of submission, which is really a no-brainer because that is the natural interaction between men and women, then that becomes the conversation. So hence, we always get these simple-minded, which is exactly what y'all started out with beginning to talk about, these simple-minded conversations that not only undermine our depth as people, it undermines every concept that we pay attention to. And no wonder people are going out into the world being the stereotypes that are pushed upon us because there's no fucking choice at that point.
Right.
No, here's what, Truth. Are you going to I'll bring you back up, bro, but like, come on, man. Let's not do this. I'll bring you back up, bro. Let's not do this, though.
I ain't gonna lie.
Because like for real, like dude, like you gotta respect. First, like I said, first of all, Raul and I, we kind of built on where we wanted to go with this. That's why we was really trying not to derail it like that, dude. And like even then, when I had real read the definition of sapio, like dude, that shit didn't even come up. That's why I was trying to dead it because I really didn't see a correlation there.
You know what? I'm not even gonna lie,
I'm gonna bring Truth back up because he's fam, but yo, we ain't doing that, man.
And I think this is actually a very good example or a very good lesson of how to deal with this thing in a more macro type of sense, right? Because this type of stuff is going on in the country. It's going on like in the world, and people that feel passionately about these things and don't want to set that down, they have to be like addressed. Like they're not going to stop being like, no, listen, this is my issue and I need you to. So there needs to be some sort of answer for these cats, man, because like
Complex, you got the echo going again.
That echo's back.
Wait, hold up. I gotta do the hack again. Hold up. Go ahead, Paul. You got it.
Yeah, some of them have some really good contributions to make and can make the entire issue stronger and smoother. Some of them are just trolls, right? Like, and you got to be able to determine which is which. And not every time is it going to be a perfect assessment or what have you. There are going to be some people that get invited out of the conversation that probably just had a difficult time, like getting themselves understood. But like, listen, that's going to happen in life sometimes. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to miss good contributions from intelligent brothers because like they just got an issue that like nobody knows how to properly like speak to, so that then everyone as a collective can then just move the hell on. Right?
Understood.
Can I say my piece?
Yeah.
So let's put it like this. Remember when you did that live stream on Bernard's channel about Sapios, and you gave a great live stream, and the chat was beating you up, and I was giving you hell a little bit in the chat too. I was trolling you a little bit, giving you a hard time. But I supported you though, and I like that it was a great live stream that you had, and so in that same way, that's sapiosexual, right? And it was funny because it was funny how brothers was like, I'm just not, that sounds stupid being into a woman because, she's smart and she plays the harp and, you find that attractive. It was kind of, it wasn't surprising yet still shocking how many people were turned off by that. Right. And for the record, I consider myself a sapiosexual. So I just kind of take
But you were ribbing me on that same live stream?
Yeah, I was giving you a hard time about it.
Why?
It was
just out of curiosity.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. It's a great
when,
why?
It was when you pulled up the picture of that. She looked like she was a cute little 20-year-old with her skirt hiked up, and she was playing a giant harp. You know, one of them $30,000.
Yeah, she's a harp player. She's extremely attractive.
And then you're like, I'm attracted to her, you know, because I'm a sapiosexual, and we're just
no,
giving you a hard time.
I said,
like,
no,
you're giving her a hard time because that woman is fine as hell.
No, what I said, stupid people don't play the harp, and I said it doesn't hurt that she's attractive.
I know.
The fact of the matter is that not everybody plays the harp. That's something that stands out. That's what everybody missed.
No, we got it. We're just giving you a hard time.
You really?
Yeah, we
Mr. Sapio, you're a sapiosexual also. You got it, but you were ribbing me, but you understand the draw and the appeal.
Yes, it was funny because we're giving you a hard time because that's what we do.
But was she attractive?
Yeah, she's real. She's
okay,
beautiful.
So wait a minute. So what I was trying to accentuate.
That's not my. I know what you were saying. I'm not saying that you were wrong.
Were ribbing me for it. I'm like, well, you're a sapio.
Complex. That's what we do. We just give you a hard time. I'm not saying you were wrong.
No, actually, I don't.
Funny.
And that's the thing. That's another thing. Truth. That's another thing that Rael and I were speaking to. Right. The maturity of people, especially how we engage with each other in social media. No, actually, I don't know about that.
So here's my point. Here's my point, though, is that in the same way that black men kind of reject the idea of being a sapiosexual, they also reject the idea of requiring a submissive woman for themselves.
They may reject it because they're not it.
I know, but this is what I want to run by you guys. Maybe you guys can give me some feedback to give me some clarity on this. Okay. Because really, it is about the building blocks. And on my channel, when I talk about submission, I talk about the building blocks. That's really what it's all about. And even then, you know, it's real hard for a lot of black men to get that. So even when I talked to BGS about submission, and he made a video about it based off our conversation, saying, "Don't tell women to be submissive. You don't want these women." You know, he made a whole video.
Now I'm doing that.
Let me make.
All right, you know what? Hold on a second. I actually think that I can something.
This is why I'm trying to get clarity from it. This is why I'm bringing it up.
Check this out.
Let me get this off because I want to hear you guys' response to this. Because what it looks like to me is that no matter how you slice it up, there's a lot of black men that, you know, I've talked to on YouTube, and, you know, I would like to see, you know, be family men and get married if that's something that they want to do. Really, it seems like there is a lack of information. There's a lack of critical thought. You could say sapio, you could say submission, you could say being a high value man, however you put this.
You're saying that to me as if I haven't been doing, or not even I, because Mike V started. Let's do that. You know, actually, Mike V started the sapio. I picked it up from him, right? I took the mantle and then turned it into this. He actually did the first ones on this channel some 2+ going on 3 years ago. Okay. See, so the thing is that you're saying it as if this notion of this concept of how we discuss sapiosexualism is sort of like this work in progress type of thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, then
so how many live streams have I been over here on the sapio stuff?
So what I'm trying to figure out,
I'm not trying to diss you, man. I'm trying to get clarity.
I'm just trying to figure out like where this is.
I'm trying to ask you a question. You won't answer my question. You won't even let me get to the question.
Okay, first of all, dude, once again, the title of this shit was called Confusion, and there was a whole other thing we were talking about. But since we're here, what I'm trying to figure out ultimately, where is this going? Because see, in this venue over here, you know who doesn't come over here?
You won't let me.
All of the people who go to the other channels to do all that bullshit, they don't come here. The people who come here, our brains actually work. Mm-hmm. So
my brain works too. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying, I didn't imply that yours didn't. What I'm saying is the things that you're speaking to belong to those other channels. Over here, it's kind of implied that we kind of know how interpersonal relationships are formed and how they work, right? The intricate details.
Did I sound like
I may, I think
you guys understand that?
Approach also.
No, I'm asking. You guys don't think that I understand that?
Wait, no,
really? I was trying to convey it.
If I could just say really quickly, I think the approach also, that circular approach, is also not really, it's displaced here. And again, you know, the versus hold on, the inverse is true. So I don't listen to those types of channels that y'all are speaking on. I'm not dissing them, just saying I don't, because nothing goes anywhere. So the approach that's being taken with I'm sorry, I keep forgetting, The Truth as We Know It. Is that your name?
Yeah, that's him.
Yes,
that's true.
Your approach to me is just so again, I'm saying this with all due respect. It's so reminiscent of how things just keep going on this hamster wheel over in those areas, and it's very frustrating because nothing gets addressed. And I'm just literally just repeating what's already been said. But the thing is that, you know, I feel like there's this weird sort of take me to your leader thing. Like, names are being brought in, and like, you know, live streams that have been started. Like, that's simply neither here nor there. And like, we can really get somewhere with the conversation if we kind of just excise that bullshit out the conversation. Like, is it even possible?
Well, hold on, though. But what I'm trying to do is make a bigger point. The reason I brought up I didn't bring up the video.
You got it, Truth. I'm gonna shut up. You got it.
Okay, I'm not trying to bring up the BGS video for tit for tat or slanging mud. It had nothing to do with it. I'm literally trying to ask you guys a question about an idea, but you won't let me get to the idea. It has nothing to do really even with submission at this point. It's more of the aspect that there's a lot of Black people, Black men, Black women that are hurting. They're single, they're alone, they're lonely, they want relationships, they don't know how to make them work, you know, and you got this whole mess that we're all very well aware of. So Complex, what I love about your sapiosexual live streams is they sort of address this to a large degree. That's why I like these live streams. When I talk about submission on my channel, I talk about the very similar building blocks to what makes marriages successful, what makes life successful. But on your live streams, Complex, you don't get a lot of people following. On my live streams, I talk about submission. I don't get a lot of people following, which is very interesting, because here goes this confusion, is that a lot of Black people say, I want to be married, and we want relationships, and I want a man, and I want a woman. But when you bring up these building blocks, and no matter, you could slap Sapio on it, you could put almost any label on it, but it's like that deeper information, people don't want to delve into.
I actually have to challenge that one, because the reality is
complex.
Go ahead, Ryan. My bad, dude. Go ahead.
First of all, earlier in the conversation, I literally was saying that you'll have people. What makes things confusing? One of the things that makes things confusing in these spaces is that you will have men who will say things that they claim they want, but then the actions that they show doesn't back up that they actually want that. So again, when we were talking behind the scenes about this particular conversation, because it ties in, first of all, being sexually attracted to someone based on intelligence. And then, because sex is just an act. Sex is an act. Submission is talking about something that is sustained over a course of time. Because again, it's a mission. So mission, whatever that mission is going to take time to achieve that mission. Sex is going to happen between 30 minutes and an hour, depending on how into each other those people are. So we were talking now for the males, for example. Again, me personally, I like the word respect more. Yeah. Because I know, first of all, as a man, I know that a woman is not going to love me if she doesn't have any respect for me.
Respect for you. Shit.
So I can't even get to the submission part if I don't even get the respect part first. Because that's a big mistake that a lot of men make when they're actually pursuing women. They look for love first instead of respect. And the reality is that respect for us as men, coming from a woman's perspective, is our love for us. That's our love. So if you can't give me the respect, we ain't gonna even get to any talking about submitting to the actual mission, because you don't even respect me. We haven't even got to that point yet. So that's where a lot of men really make their mistakes from, because they're looking for love instead of respect. Whereas when it comes to a lot of these women, they approach men like, you better respect me before they even talk about love to you. They're looking for respect from you in terms of a masculine particular perspective. So for me, I don't even get caught up in the submission part, because the respect part is it makes it much more humanizing. Because what civilized woman is really going to argue with the notion of her having to respect you? Like, seriously.
What
like,
kind of shit is that? Like, that's what I mean. Like, why?
There's no argument to be made.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, yo, like, I honestly, I think those are conversations that be had in certain venues because certain people haven't reached certain levels of maturity. You've gotten to a certain point. That's where I'm like, I don't want to talk submission, because I understand when you break that down, what all that entails: respect, vulnerability, friendship, communication, all that shit. Right? There's things that make that up. And those things have to be developed in a relationship. It's not like, you know, I go to a chick and I'm just like, you know, you got to submit to me.
Right.
Don't work that way, man.
No.
That's why I'm like, no. If I'm gonna stick to the Sapio shit and what I'm doing, this is why I had to just kind of go gangbusters. Like, no, we're not gonna associate the shit, because see, if I'm gonna stick to the Sapio shit as I do it, I'm the only motherfucker out here doing it. I'm gonna keep it 100. So if I'm gonna do it, then I'm gonna stick to it on the intellectual level. I'm not gonna reduce it down to a one fucking word when I know it's far more nuanced than that. It's bullshit.
And you know what?
No, it ain't.
That's honestly the reason why I'm here. Because what I found is that, like, a lot of these cats, they want to stay stuck in that issue because it validates them. It validates they are the mirror opposite, in my opinion. Now, this is only my opinion, but they're the mirror opposite of, like, the angry, complaining black woman, right? Like, these N's ain't S, they bad, they wrong in all these different ways. Well, the exact opposite is these cats, like, sitting there screaming, these B's ain't S, they bad, they wrong in all these different ways, and they need to submit. And it's like, submit to what, man? Like, what are you even talking about, dog? And it doesn't mean that the points that they make are completely moot or that they don't exist. There are bad actors in that space, and they do, like, confuse the issue. But the honest to God truth is that they don't matter, right? Who was it that came out with money, power, respect? First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect. Like, don't come talking about respect and you ain't got money or power first, right? Like, you just putting the cart before the horse. You're doing things wrong. And I got a 14-year-old son, like, and you see the mistakes that a kid make. Like, it's some of the mistakes that the black community making. Like, no, these chicks ain't gonna respect you. Like, if you're not on mission, hell no, they're not gonna respect you. And they definitely not gonna submit, because it's illogical to do so. Like, that's like me submitting to somebody, like, walking down the street. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Paul, there's also the part, right? And before anything, there's the command of respect that you have for yourself. Okay,
exactly.
Like, there's literally that's the starting point.
That's the starting point.
This is where we're gonna start at, right? So what precedes from that is everything that you got going for yourself, everything that you hold a value for yourself. It's going to start there. Self-respect before it goes anywhere else.
And I honestly think that, like, believe me, I'm from Chicago, man. I saw crack in the 80s. It decimated our people, man. Like, where I'm
shit
from,
happened here in LA in the 80s
and
too.
in New York.
In New York, yeah.
I came through the crack era too.
I think that it's easier to bury the truth under a mountain of lies than it is to, like, hide it in plain sight, right? And I think that's what's happened to us as a people. Like, you got Jerry Springer and a bunch of idiots profiting off of, like, making black people, like, messy and nasty towards each other. And there's a group of black people that got problems with this behavior and other black people. There's a group of black people that, man, like all of that BS is so tired, man. Like, and I get that you can be dissatisfied or disappointed with the behavior of your brothers or sisters in some specific way. But here's what you do about that is you start from a personal empowerment perspective. Don't wait on somebody else's behavior to change in order for you to be happy to reality. That's dumb, man.
This is kind of okay. So this kind of circles back to what Ra and I were saying, like with the original angle we were taking on this whole thing, right? It wasn't projected outward toward like women or anything like that. It was actually circled back to men.
Right.
Which I think is so important to. I'm sorry, am I cutting you off?
No,
go ahead.
It's so important to underline because even if we can make a bilateral fissure there between men and women, black and white, no matter where we look, it's going to be the same thing with people in general, right?
Across the board.
So if I'm starting from a place of self-respect, I'm not going. If I come from a place of love, like my family's loved me, I'm not going to go out into the world and expect that this the world owes me something, self-entitlement, which looks like an egocentric kind of thing. Well, I guess it is technically, but it looks like this thing that people think that they're all that, but it's really a place of emptiness. You'd have to be coming from a place, not you per se, but people would have to be coming from that place in order to always demand this and underline this at every given opportunity, right? Fact is that most people do not respect themselves. They don't come from places of love. A lot of these things that need to be there to springboard from are absent, right? And it's a human problem at this point. So if I decide to look at it as a man-woman thing, so let's say, for example, that's my Achilles heel, which it's not, but let's just say it is, right? So if let's say it's men, and because I'm a woman automatically, and let me shortcut it. Let me put it to you this way. I was insulting somebody in a comment section, and I had a one sentence comment that was made. And somebody from the Black Manosphere responded back to me and said, I don't know why you're sticking up for her. And it was the strangest thing to me because I wasn't. And if the person looked back at this very small thread, they would have seen that they couldn't see past it, right? So I'm taking that shortcut because I really don't want to rush through this. I think this is very important. And I think that a lot of times we're going to be always invested in focusing on something that doesn't even need to, not us per se, but us as groups of people that don't exist. And no matter, going back to what I was saying before, no matter what you're looking, if you're looking for something all the time, you're going to
find it.
Yeah. You're going to find this chasm between men and women. It's going to be there.
It's going to be there.
Right. So yeah, I mean that was the main thing I wanted to mean.
Well, I want to respond to Paul.
Wait. There's a question, Taye. You said, "Why do you continue to feed into the common perception of Black people?" Taye, do you know specifically who? Like, I think you were addressing something that was said. I think
they were addressing Paul.
I thought it was the woman who just spoke. What's her name?
No. This is a comment. No, it's a comment in the chat. So I think she.
I think
that comment was addressed to the woman.
That comment was Paul.
When she said
it was way before that.
Something about all men, something about all Black people.
It was way before that.
Okay, Taye, if you can elaborate, and then Asiata, she said, "Wait, there's a problem with." Okay, Asiata, that's literally what this whole confusion.
Right.
We're good, Rod. You know what? Go ahead, dude. You've been quiet for a minute, bro. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
So the thing was, Paul, you were saying earlier, and I hear you because you're saying that, if you want a woman to submit, you got to have something, and you can't be going around saying, "Well, I want a woman to submit," and and you're not handling your business. And I get that completely, but I would say that, I mean, that's kind of a stereotype. And what I found is that the men aren't saying that, though, and to me that's very, very bizarre that Black men, no matter how you slice it and dice it, whatever labels you want to put on it, they're not saying, I want a healthy, quality, high functioning woman who's feminine and can make a quality wife and a quality mother.
Why do men have to say that? Why do men have to say that?
Why
do men have to say that? Why don't they just go? Rob, okay, Rob, take it.
I think what the issue really come down to is when it comes to actually getting power, power obviously can be used for evil or good purposes. Um, if you're trying to move your family forward, you're going to need power to do that. You you're going to have some kind of structure there. But you're also going to have that cooperation from that particular woman. So that should already just be a mind state that that woman has. It shouldn't be something you have to convince a woman to do.
Oh, God.
If I gotta sit there and convince you to come up under my leadership, then based on the kind of man that I am, and I know I'm a leader, I'm not gonna waste my goddamn time.
Fuck are we doing?
Because if you can't see it, then you blind. Because my conversation alone, if you have an adult conversation with me and not a conversation in which you're trying to be a masculine type of female and dominate me and think you're going to control me, but you actually have a civil discussion with me as a woman, you're going to see pretty quick that I'm capable. I'm more than capable of leading. More than capable. And so that's on the woman to recognize that. That's not for me to have to convince her. Because I'm moving as a leader.
Hold on. I was never saying that men should be telling that to women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that men aren't saying that to women. What I'm saying is men aren't saying that's what they want for themselves.
Don't we miss out on a lot?
Let me finish what I'm saying, because that's the bizarre part.
I actually cut Ra off, which I apologize.
But I was speaking of the Royal cut.
Hold on one second. Okay. Truth, you responding to Ryle?
Well, I was responding to Paul, and then you cut me off, and Rael jumped in, but he was kind of speaking.
He told me to go.
He told you to go, but that's not what I was saying. Because what I'm saying is that what black men aren't doing is delving into the building blocks for themselves. So, it's like you want to be a sapiosexual for yourself. You want a submissive woman for yourself. You want these qualities in a woman, but you also want those same qualities in yourself. What I find so fascinating is that as black men in the manosphere, we almost talk about everything else but that as a whole.
Okay, Real, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I apologize for cutting you off, Ra. I was just trying to ask you a clarifying question. So I don't know if it's even moot at this point, but I was
go ahead. I want to hear it.
Okay. So don't we miss out on a lot first of all, I agree with what you were saying, right? But don't we miss out, we as just people, so let's say men and women specifically, don't we miss out on a lot if we're only focusing on underlining what I guess at this point we've all agreed is the obvious, right? But not delving off into the what happens past that, A and B, getting into the back and forth of not stating the obvious is still stating the obvious, I think, right? So don't we miss out on stuff? Don't we miss out on a lot doing that? And I really mean that question. Like, I'm curious.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I get. Yes. Why? Yeah. Because if everything stays circular, you never really break new ground. So yes, in a nutshell, yes.
And plus, I think real important, it's very, very important that it's understood clearly that, listen, to respond to you responding to me, I acknowledge what you're saying, but you also have to acknowledge that what I'm trying to tell you is that as long as you remain focused on an issue that you can't resolve, you're taking your power and you're giving it away willingly. People that act foolish aren't going to stop acting foolish because you don't like that they act foolish. Stop worrying about it. Worry about what you can do in this moment to move yourself and the conversation forward. And I mean, I am not against you. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that the things that you are pointing out are true, I'm saying that the conclusions that you come up with on how to deal with it, I simply disagree. Like, listen, man, a lot of cats from my high school, they not here no more. A lot of them, like, I don't go on Facebook no more because it's depressing. But I can't make those cats do anything different than what they choose to do. All I can do is show the exact opposite example. And
well, let me
whoever thinks it has any value is going to come and get down with this. And if they don't, they can continue to do the foolishness that they do. And I can't take away other people's right to choose, even if I disagree with what they choose. So I think what everybody is trying to tell you is that you're not wrong, but what you want to do about it or how you're dealing with it is not wrong. It's just not effective.
Especially when, you know.
What do you mean? How would you know if it's effective or not? I've got guys on my channel. Guy wrote me recently. He said he got married. He thanked me. He said I helped him along the way. He wasn't sure that he wanted to get married, but you know, he said talking to me, coming on my panels, listening to my videos, he said it helped him. So, you know, I look at it from an aspect of trying to help Black men get the type of, you know, family structures that they want for themselves.
I don't want to try to invalidate you. I don't want to try to say what you think or feel isn't true, but what you just did is a logical fallacy, right? Like, that is one person. I don't say that doesn't mean anything, but we're not talking about that one person. Your personal experience is valid and it's cool. And again, I don't say that you don't get to have that, but I'm telling you, has the Black community shifted from when you started this?
So well, my goal, you know, of course, I'm not going to save the Black community. I don't think to say like that's my goal is to save the Black community. And if I don't, you know, I failed. You know, that's not really my goal necessarily to save the Black community, but to help Black men along the way. And so that's, you know, one of the things that I talk about is submission, but really it's much deeper than submission. So, you know, don't let the word kind of fool you and let you get
the word's not fooling me.
The point that everybody's trying to make to you is you can help more Black men if you didn't like stay mired at the point where you're at. Nobody's mad at you. Everybody agrees.
What do you mean mired at the point that I'm at? That's not, you've never been to my channel. You don't know me. You don't know what I'm talking about.
It's not about, see, okay, well, what Paul's getting at here is that we're really trying to go beyond concepts like submission. That's not an anchor point in this conversation. This is the reason why I've really been trying to like not get mired in that word, because it is very much a trigger word. Not only is it a trigger word, but I would say, and this is maybe where you and I have a disagreement, in the sapiosexual realm, that's not even a word that comes up in conversation. Why? Because if you're kind of here in the sapio area, then things don't necessarily have to be spoken on, right? Things, if you're here with it, we kind of know what's going on, right? This is kind of like that more organic shit, right? Where a man is, well, hold on, where a man is a man, a woman is a woman, right? The connection forms where it's supposed to, at the time it's supposed to, and then things crescendo from there. This is the reason why I speak about this method of forming relationships as opposed to, you know, negotiating who the fuck is a high value man, and who's a 304 or a ratchet or man. Listen, this ain't the place for that. That's the reason why even the notion of submission is kind of like an afterthought in my mind. You think I've ever had any issues? Like not to sound like a game guru, but what I'm saying is that with any woman that got to a point where we were able to get to a relationship level, do you honestly think that came up in conversation? Don't you think that there was some sort of natural sort of positioning in terms of what my role was as a man and her role was as a woman? I mean, if it wasn't natural, do you think I would have engaged in it?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
This is the reason why I don't have to.
But the point is, you would actually be able to. It's really on the back end. It looks the same, and I think that's what's most important. And that's all I'm saying is on the back end it looks the same.
But, yeah, on the back end. But see, on the front end, like I said, it really didn't have much to do with the conversation. Ryle, I hear you, dude. Go ahead. I hear you. Because he and I game plan this whole live stream. So
in my bad, I'm not trying to derail your stuff.
The reason why submission has such a negative connotation is because the word in a lot of instances for men has been used in a way to make women completely capitulate to them just based off the fact that they're male. And so this is why I love the word respect. Yes. And reverence. when it comes to man, like, it's not even about, like, to me, it's about not just respect but reverence, because I'm not interested in a woman who does it for me out of fear, because that means she's doing it just strictly off self-preservation. Like, I'm scared of this guy.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in having it like that. I want it based on reverence. And the reason why I want it based on reverence is because when a woman reveres you,
she wants to be there.
She will go out her way to not do anything that offends you, hurts you, harms you.
Thank you.
That's fact.
It's a part of her whole being. Is to just completely surrender and be devoted. That's the word I'm looking for. Have devotion.
Devotion.
Mm-hmm. It's religion.
That, you know what, Ryle? That's a word we don't really hear much nowadays.
Right.
Devotion or reverence.
Devotion.
So when it comes to submission, it denotes power. But when it comes to love, it's like I quoted this from John, I think it was yesterday. When there's no will to power, love exists. But where power is paramount, love cannot exist. Mm-mm. So that's really where it's at. And it's really, you have to really understand truly what it is, like, in terms of that love aspect, because what it really comes down to is that you got to serve love. You can't have love serve you. And when you serve love, that's when you get the response. That's when you get what you really need. Because again, the love is not about power. Love is the epitome of completely surrendering, whether it's a male or female. You can't have love if you don't surrender, or you don't have vulnerability on both sides. That's what makes love so fair on both sides, because both parties have to be vulnerable. And there's no power dynamic there. It's just completely surrendering.
That is the textbook definition of being vulnerable, right? Right, where your weakness or your perceived weakness is exposed. Sometimes, though, well, I would say with women, and this is what they don't understand, their strength lies in their vulnerability.
Thank you. I read that yesterday.
Go ahead.
Too.
No, elaborate on that. I already know where you're going to go. Elaborate on it.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading something from a book that was actually talking about that. A woman, it was from a book written by a woman, where she was talking about that a woman's true power lies in her vulnerability. That's where her true power is.
Now, Ryle, I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes. Just hold it down, dude. I'm going to go run a quick errand. So with regards to a woman's vulnerability and why her power actually lies in that, right? Why her power lies in that? Would you say that the reason why her power lies in that is because it's her vulnerability? The vulnerability in a woman is what will get a man to love her. Right? A man will love a woman who's vulnerable with him.
It gives a man permission to let down his guard.
There you go. You got it.
That's what it does.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna listen.
That's what it does for a
it.
man.
Yeah.
It gives that man that permission. Because one of the things that a lot of women don't understand about men is that men are more fearful of a broken heart than women are. So because we're socialized to be strong and all this, type of stuff, that is the very thing that men fear the most, is a broken heart. Men can go out there and war and get shot and limbs torn off and all of that. They can deal with all of that, but a broken heart is something that is very hard for any men to actually deal with. Men are really have been really tasked with defending, women physically. Women have been tasked to defend men emotionally, but even in that, men have that responsibility to a certain degree as well. But if a woman doesn't give that man that signal or that permission to open up his heart, he's not going to do it. This is why I tell women all the time, like, you can't F your way into a man's heart. The only way you're going to get there is loving your way through it. That's the only way you're going to get there. And, women have to be really proactive in that. So that's why they have to do certain things that give men that, okay, this woman can be an emotionally safe space for me to actually not just let my guard down. It's like a woman said to me in college one time. I was telling her about some of the things I had went through early in my life. And she said, she's like, oh, I'm sorry that you had to go through these things. And I said, it's okay. I made it through it. And she was like, even Superman has to take off his shield. And it was like the first time a woman had really, really showed that kind of like compassion to the things that I had experienced. She had really heard me in that way. And she spoke to it, basically it's like, look, you have a right to be vulnerable, and it's okay. And so, that's where I don't think the actual submission really plays into, because again, now you're starting to talk about power dynamics. And I'm not saying that the power dynamics are not important, but if you can't get through the initial aspect of things, you're not going to even be able to get to that power dynamic, which is essential if you're trying to complete a mission, because obviously the word submission is there. But if you can't even get to that other part first, you're not going to get to the submission part, because that is a power dynamic. And a woman, if she loves you and she's going to be your helpmate, yeah, she's going to be more than willing to submit to your authority and your mission, because that's the whole point of it. But if she don't have any respect for you, I mean, she don't have any love for you, so she's not going to ever get to that point of submitting. It ain't going to ever work.
I think what undergirds a lot of all that too is a lot of women look at black men. A lot of black women look at black men as dangerous, at the core. And consciously, I don't necessarily think women think that way, but on a subconscious level, what undergirds a lot of this reluctance for black women to be vulnerable with men is this danger, and seeing black men as dangerous manifests its way in different ways, like calling the cops on on your baby daddy and all this old wild stuff. I think that undergirds it all. And so to me, it's very important for black men to understand that they need to be able to get a woman to be vulnerable, because if you don't, then it's not going to work. And and I like to use that word reverence. Like you have to have a woman who has reverence. And the reason I use that word was because I watched a video of this older black woman, and she was talking about how she was running through guys and dumping guys, and had great guys that she dumped and never got married, and now she's in her 50s. She got a couple kids, and and then one of her sons was dating this woman who was treating him like shit, and she goes, "Damn, that's how I was treating men when I was his age. When I was his age, I was treating men like that." And so now that she's older and she's alone and hungry, and and she's seeing how her son's being mistreated, she just had this revelation. And she said it in the video, it was very, very powerful. She goes, "I never had that reverence for men when I was young. I've got it now, but I didn't have it when I was young, but I wish I would have." And just to hear that that authenticity. You don't get that. You don't get that very many places. So when I watched that video, I had a lot of respect for the woman to actually say that. And so on my channel, that's one of the things I try to convey to men is you want a woman to be vulnerable. I never talk to women about submission like that. I mean, that's not something you really do. But for a lot of men they need to talk about that as an idea, not like go make a woman submit and all that old nonsense. You wouldn't do that. Not the toxic masculinity idea of submission, but actually the like that true deep love, that vulnerability where no, you can submit to me because you can trust me, because I'm going to have your back, I'm going to support you, I'm going to provide for you. This is something that you could do. And so I try to get my guys to really look at women and talk to women on that level. I would say you don't have to use submission, but if you're not used to having great relationships with women and you're dealing with a woman and you don't really know her history, I would say go ahead and bring that up, just to kind of see how she can respond to it, because it really opens up a lot of doors to talk about things that are very meaningful and where you can find some common ground with somebody, or actually find out you don't have common ground, so to stay away from that person.
If I may,
Judge Zilla.
Hey, am I coming through clear?
Yeah, sound good. A little low.
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
How about that?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Okay. 2 points, I guess. Isn't it the human condition that a woman is intrinsically vulnerable, just given biological truths? Okay.
No,
biological truths.
No.
Biological truths being that she gives birth, therefore there's an inherent vulnerability in that. Secondarily, they are the weaker physical specimen. So that vulnerability. So if we're taking this in if I'm taking this in a Sapio-Males, right, and giving it thought and using understanding in this, then there's an innate vulnerability that a woman finds herself in, regardless of whether she chooses to acknowledge it or not. There's an inherent vulnerability. There can be walls placed up, there can be impediments placed up, but facts are facts, situations are situations, and that's what they are. Now, given if that's a given, right? And the second point, you can't force a woman to submit, right? You can't force anybody to submit. You can force obedience, but you cannot force submission. Submission must be offered.
It's voluntary.
It's completely voluntary. You can force obedience, but not submission. So in said case, it's in the mind state, right? It's in the mind state. If there's not a recognition of that, see, I like with this love and this respect thing. Respect should be there, and this I don't look in the sense of reverence of that she should revere me as a man, or that necessarily men should revere. If you're going for a helpmate, right? Then basic considerations of consideration, appreciation, reciprocation, and affection. Through the unilateral application of those things with the woman whom you choose, whom you find to have the traits available, expressing those, and those being expressed in kind, should lead to that love, to that reverence, to that submission. Yes? No?
I think that sounds about right. Yeah, I think so. I also would think that in that same way, in order to have a submissive wife, to some degree, you have to be. Are you a sapiosexual? Let me ask that. To some degree, then don't you have to have some sapiosexual qualities? Because that's a serious mind meld to have, to have a loyal, quality, submissive wife. I mean,
Is that, or does it just take a modicum of thought and rational understanding of the world as it is?
So
isn't that intelligence also?
No, I
the
think
world as it is.
Well, no,
I think
because
what you're missing.
people were able to do this with less than an elementary education.
And I think what you're missing as well is the fact that alignment of values, right? Like, so
Precisely.
when you make your
I'm not missing anything about values. I talk about core values on my channel all the time, Paul. You don't know who I am, brother.
So, all right.
Hold on. True. Let it, please.
Yeah, but he keeps taking these low jabs at me. Like
he didn't take a low jab.
He does. He keeps doing it, right?
No. So
true.
Actually,
that's not what he did.
Let him go because
actually, I think he was referencing what I said and not yours.
Okay. And that's exactly right. And I think
he wasn't even talking. He wasn't even talking about this.
Yeah, that's super informative because, like, I don't know that I'm not accusing you of anything, but if you're saying that I am trying to denigrate you in some sort of way or being argumentative towards you, then what you're really actually doing is you're demonstrating to absolutely everybody that, like, you got some kind of issue that you're trying to serve.
Well, let's leave that. What's your commentary on the topic? Let's leave that. Let's leave that alone.
Yeah, it's more tact.
So the alignment of values, and that's exactly. You know what? You're exactly right. So the alignment of values is this: like, once your actual priority is the higher focus or the mission, what you come to find is that all of the smaller things begin to align with what your major value is. That's why I always say you don't major in minor things. Like, I'm not trying to get anybody's, what's the word? I'm not trying to get anybody's anything, right? If you see and you agree with what my priorities are, well, then all of those boxes are already checked.
Right.
And if you don't, well, then you're just one of the billions of people on the planet that ain't really worried about me and that I don't really have to worry about.
Precisely.
And either way,
hold on, Judge. Let's get the sister up in here. You got anything to say, sister? I know we've been kind of talking. She sleep?
I have that effect.
All right, go ahead, Judge. Go ahead.
And not to step on.
Hold on. Is that anything different? It sounded like what you said, Paul, and what you said, Judge. To me, that sounded like the same thing, but maybe I missed the nuance there.
There are tenors. They're similar in tenor, because to not have what I said, to not have what he said is to not have what I said, right? There needs to be an impetus point. What I was alluding to is again, it's one of the reasonings, right, that is given for the success of arranged marriages and for the success of a lot of marriages, though I'm not a theist or a religious person, of, marriages that are where they put a deity first and their responsibilities to each other are dictated by their doctrine, right? And the success that those, not all of them, but the greater success that those tend to have over the more conventional, popular marital arrangements of today, right? Of the present, in the first world, at least. So, but and that to step on again what Rael said earlier is to say, I don't think men fear a broken heart more than they fear wasted effort. The fear of being taken advantage of, to being utilized as a tool, to not being seen as a person emblematic of feelings, emotions, expressions, and to one of my four pillars there, appreciation. That all combines to a broken heart, but not necessarily the broken heart of a relationship gone sour. it's of a put upon state of lack of consideration.
Let me interject. One thing that we have to do as men is not put forth this mindset that we don't feel and we don't have any vulnerability. Yes, we do.
Right.
It's practically impossible for us. Yes, it's biologically impossible to not need the other side in terms of the feminine aspect, and for the feminine aspect to need the masculine. The problem comes in when you're not really guided properly in how to actually do that. In previous generations, plenty young people got married early. But the one thing that they had going for them is that they had wise people before them that will help counsel them through those bad times or tough times, and get them to see things from a nuanced perspective, to see that maybe they was taking something too seriously, or maybe they was taking something not seriously enough, to give them that perspective, because they had been around longer than them, to see what should be and what should not be. And so what you have out here now is, wayward generations of, especially starting, with Generation X, who were not giving the tools that the previous generations have gotten. So now you have both sides being skittish about being vulnerable, because now men can say, well, they could use the finances aspect, but the reality is actually the lack of respect for the actual willingness of the man to be productive for the benefit of that woman, and not have that love reciprocated back. Because for a man to want to do that, especially when you talk about in terms of a marriage construct, that's a way of man demonstrating his love, particularly for that woman, is his willingness to actually go out there and brave the world and perform those feats, so she doesn't have to. So that is the epitome of breaking his heart, is by not respecting his willingness to go out there and conquer the environment in the way that men have throughout the centuries, to get a better result, not only for himself but for that woman. And so that is truly a broken heart to a man.
All good points.
Interesting.
By both of you guys. All good points. You got it, sis.
Go ahead, sis. I called on you earlier. I didn't know
What's
what you
your
were
name?
doing, but go ahead. You can speak.
I'm sorry. That must have been when I had stepped away. What was my name is Real Life is not in cyberspace, but a lot of people call me Real or Real Life.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and interject. Go ahead.
Okay, before I do though, when you were trying to figure out what my response was to something, what was it that you were saying? I'll be happy to respond now.
No, I wasn't. I'm trying to figure. I was trying to give you a chance to speak, because we have been talking. We wanted to give you a chance to chime in too as well. We didn't want to overtake the conversation.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. I thought there was a specific thing, a question or something like that. So it's funny because I see we're still back at the we're talking about. Let me talk about this very briefly when it comes to like the idea, because I said it earlier, but I want to make sure it's clear. The idea of leader, follower, receptive, active energies, right? Like, so I'm really, really married to the idea that this is just nature. This is just the way it goes without any sort of intervention. And as a matter of fact, I think the Tao serves us best, or at least recognition of so that way we don't get in the way of that, right? Because it only will happen. But then when I heard what was chimed in before, just before I said anything about the social aspect of things, tell me if I'm wrong. Was I hearing something, because I was in and out and I was trying to catch up. Was I hearing that something about the idea of the limited sort of freedom that one would get as a leader in this society sort of puts a damper on the idea of how natural that can be when it comes down to the balance between the sexes?
No, that wasn't what I was saying. For me, in terms of the leadership, first of all, a lot of people think that a leader is it's an enviable position because of the perks and benefits that come with being a leader, not understanding that the responsibilities are actually really great for an actual leader. And so when you that's why it's such an affront to men when women try to challenge men's leadership, true men, when women try to challenge their leadership, because we know intrinsically what that truly entails, true leadership. And so, you know, it's almost like a woman is trying to make a parody
Can you break
of
that
a
down
man.
farther, Rael? Could you break that down on what that really looks like? Because that's important.
Is women basically making a parody of manhood by trying to exemplify what they think manhood is actually. It's like what's the story of Don Quixote? What's it called? Don Quixote, when he tries to
tilting at windmills.
When he tries to imitate the Moor. That's basically the story of Don Quixote. He's trying to imitate Moor, like something he could never be, and all the goofy stuff that takes place in the story. So it's the same thing. It's like by trying to embody what you think a man should be as a leader, because in your mind you shouldn't have to come up under a man's leadership. You basically are showing a man, like it's like a man, if you go out there and put on a dress, it's an affront to a womanhood, because that's not for you. Like, you're making a mockery of manhood. So it will be, that's why it's such a visceral response from men who understand, especially black men who knows how much of a man you really have to be in America to survive here as a black man. Is really an affront to black men's whole existence for women to actually try to toy with the idea of actually masculine leadership when we know they're not even remotely even capable of actually executing that type of leadership.
So we're tackling two really important different things there. And one is what would be the plight of the leader, right? Which you clearly stated. Then the other one gets a little bit complicated. And I don't want to cheapen that, but I do want to say that if I'm going to start with the second part, if I could. So I think that there are two things that possibly happen also while this challenging, so to speak, is happening. So I'm glad that the question was asked, what does that look like? Because I could have thought about several different things, right? But if it looks like it's not just a behavior thing, but it's also an expectation thing, and it's also just a way of communicating thing, right? Is that a fair statement so far? So I can continue from there.
Sure,
that's fair.
Okay. So if that's happening, right, then that means a lot of those things are going to be happening constantly, right? But then there's also the idea of where social control, so to speak, because control is an iffy thing, right? Because spiritually, if you're free, no one controls you. But in the idea of what we're talking about, where these challenges that we just discussed would happen, a lot of that kind of happens with I think, who's participating in not only the brainwashing that we're supposed to be figuring out is our lack of power, versus this idea of what it means to be a woman and or a man in these things. And I think a lot of, and I hate to just whittle that down. Again, like I said, I want to cheapen it, but a lot of these understandings of these challenges sometimes I think do happen when there's no one ostensibly to pick up that ball, right? And I think everybody's kind of afraid of that. When it comes to the woman, I think just generally speaking, a lot of those challenges will happen because she may be afraid that that ball is not going to be picked up or is not even being held. I don't particularly myself feel this way, but I do see this being spoken in a lot of like complaints and these challenges that I think that are being stated that women kind of throw forth to men, even without knowing so, right? And then there's the other part where a lot of men see that as happening when it might not even be happening. Sometimes you got to figure out what's happening before you can say something. So a man could be thinking that, you know, these women are always challenging, and, you know, these women. And it goes back to what I was saying before. I was accused of sticking up for someone simply because both of us were women, and I was saying the exact opposite. Or I've been yelled at as a feminist, which I'm at the farthest thing from that. So it's like, you know, this tunnel vision of what's going to happen. What is she going to say? Is she going to do this? And the going back to the social structure and what is being propagated, there is a complete undermining of the masculine, aka the leader. So that's going to be with black men, whomever men. But right now we're speaking about black men in general, period. So let's stay there. Yes, there is a concerted effort going on there. So not only are the women having a hard time with that, but so are the men, and many of the men are falling into that trap and absolutely not understanding what that means. Now, I think that this is why I said it's complicated, right? Because there's this thing, if we're on a panel, nobody wants to talk for 8 years, but at the same time, I don't want to cheapen my responses to this. So I'm trying to throw a skeleton of a response. That way you understand I'm not ignoring a certain very important aspect of this, which also boils down to this thing. A lot of these people running around are pure cogs of the disgustingly brilliant way that this has been structured. So, let's put it very simply. Man in a dress is going to equal woman complaining about man in a dress and always seeing men in a dress. And then men who are not in dresses are going to yell at women about seeing men in dresses when, at the end, everyone shouldn't even be, there should be no kowtowing to this thing of man in a dress thing, right? But that's winning.
So basically, an open recognition of something that is not what we would say normal, right? Yep. And then as a result of this, we have one or two choices.
Yep.
Are we going to accept this shit?
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
Or say, no, common sense dictates otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. You guys can have that shit. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like, cut the confusion, right? The confusion is when you're more apt and open and prone to inputs that you didn't solicit.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Like social media, people go on social media, and then what happens is that because it's so sublime, they didn't actually solicit the influence that they're actually succumbing to. Mm-hmm. Right. This is why I say, like, algorithms and tech and all this type of shit is, it's far more pervasive than people think. Mm-hmm. And I'm very cognizant of it. And that's why I'm very aware of my behaviors using any type of tech. You've had situations where you were talking to somebody on the phone, right? And then you might pull up a browser or you go somewhere and all of a sudden there's a fucking ad.
Yep.
Right?
Or you talk to somebody about this and then all of a sudden there you go. Right.
There's a fucking ad.
Yep.
Okay? This is how sneaky. This is how sneaky and this is how pervasive.
Yes.
You get what I mean? And so if we recognize this, then that means that we can also recognize when we may actually be being manipulated by this bullshit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. Hey, Judge, what's up, man? Go ahead, dude. You got it.
Hey. Okay, but I understand the landscape being that marketing is and works, right? Marketing as a branch of psychology is and works, and propaganda is and works. Given that this is a Sapio space, this is a Sapio panel.
Yes.
What percentage base onus is upon the individual to use stomp down base pragmatism?
What percentage?
To be able to thwart said influences.
You said what percentage?
Yeah, because
it's 100%, isn't it?
Yeah.
You would think that, right? But
ideally,
you would think that, but outside of the marketing, outside of the propaganda, you're also taking relationship advice from people who don't sustain relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about confusion.
You're voluntarily doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about confusion.
Like in your personal interaction, your interpersonal relationships with people in real life, you're allowing people who fail repeatedly and successively in their relationships to give you advice.
Somehow they know
in which you choose to accept as reasonable and well defined in the face of stomped down base pragmatism.
I mean, that's exactly why I brought up all of that, because who in their clear thinking mind would be choosing that, right? But that is the majority. We can
wait, real. You mean to tell me you don't get stock market tips from people that lost all their money in the stock market?
It makes sense when you say that, but it doesn't make sense when you're taking it when people, you're in a group of 5 people, be they men or women, and that group comprises 6 divorces, 2 failed engagements.
Tell me how to have a successful marriage.
You know,
right?
The nutso telling you how to go about getting mental health. It's like, isn't that what's
a series of illicit affairs?
Right. That's 99.999% of anything. Like, especially earlier, we were talking about these spheres and these areas. You know, you're seeing the most, I see the most, let's make it a man-woman thing purely, right? I see the most dysfunctional hens up here doling out advice. Now, first of all, anybody who knows what's up will understand that nobody can come from a place of so-called perfection. Either we're all perfect or we're not, right?
No. Once you're in a state of perfection, you're dead. Stasis, you're dead.
Right, no longer needed.
Longer needed. There you go.
So we all logically know that, right? The understanding of real deep living is understanding that it goes back to that unilateral thing we were talking about before, that doesn't exist. But that's the fake joke that everybody's holding up as their truth, their norm, right? This is why these dating coaches, and I mean, anybody's going to see this, that it's clearly like ridiculous how it'll be the most dysfunctional people giving out the idea on how to be most functional. And then when you talk to the functional people, you're not, because he's some hermit living up on a mountain. But there's a middle
you're just
ground,
a fucking weirdo, right? Like, you don't know what
But there's that beautiful middle ground, right? But a lot of people don't necessarily feel comfortable being honest with that. I think because it's about, I don't know, it's not just about one thing, but I'm curious, like, who's the guy with the eye? I don't know your name.
That's Judgezilla.
Judgezilla. So when you were saying it in the sense of you. Now, of course, clearly you're not speaking directly to anybody on the panel, but so do you obviously agree that's the majority, right? But that's what allows, earlier what I was saying, that's what allows that to be such a problem, right? Why this whole thing becomes that complicated, because that is where most people are coming from, right?
I have to correct you, because you're on a wrong assumption. I'm not saying that's the majority. I'm saying that that's the problem. I'm saying that's one of the problems, right? The gentleman above you, I don't know your name, in the blue shirt.
That's Paul.
That's Paul.
Paul, as you stated, right? So I played a word game. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody here. I played word game, right? I threw Sapio in here more than a few times. And Paul alluded earlier in the conversation, do you think this is just like a high concept? And I had to correct him that it's not. It's a stomped down base pragmatic position that people who haven't finished, that people throughout history who had less than an elementary school education understood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I can totally see what you're saying about it being the problem. So as the problem, it acts out as, the majority sort of think spring, correct? Would you say that that's a thing? That's true? That's
along a tighter line, yes.
Okay. So how do you deal with it?
You first identify it.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you first identify it. You got to figure out how you don't identify it, right? Because as Complex said, he made a great analogy there, right? How many people? How much advice do you take from somebody who lost all their money in the stock market?
Mm-hmm.
But why don't you hold that same Why don't you hold that same idea in your head, if not opinion, of the person giving you relationship advice, and their history of relationships?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if this person is in a solid relationship, this is in a solid marriage, or state sanctioned or otherwise, right? and they've been in there in 10 years and they've got kids and they're in a happy, right, like not an alcoholic, they're in a happy position. That's one thing. But if this person who's giving you this advice is from a series of illicit affairs, broken engagements, situationships and divorces, then why are
We're
you
telling you how to be successful?
I get it. So I guess
what the fuck?
Well, I think part of this comes down to
part of
what
this
people
is just
don't
opening
want.
your eyes.
Well, I think people don't know what they want. This is what I was saying before. Like a lot of people just don't know what they want.
Well, that's called that. That would be that's literally the textbook definition of confusion,
right? Because they say, well, I don't really know what I want, so I'm just going to chase I want to be an ass chaser. I'm going to go after all the sex that I can get. So there's this guy on YouTube, he's selling a course for, $1,100. If I watch this series of videos, I'm going to get all the tail in the world. And then they buy that, they're buying these courses. But then they don't realize, the dark side of that is now all of a sudden you're going to get STDs, you're going to get unwanted children. Who knows? You might have some domestic violence issues. You're going to have a whole lot of problems associated with that. And nobody ever says that. That never gets
well, but see, here's the thing, right? And that's where sometimes what I don't like to do, and I'm not saying you're doing that. So I'm going to just kind of paint a broader picture, right? Because what I don't like to do is just kind of narrow it to that. Ask some Sapio shit, right? Because I'm looking at this as more as life modality for individuals who are discovering that they may be Sapio, right? This translates across different venues, right? Let's just take from a career standpoint. People who don't know what they want to do with their life.
Mm-hmm.
So they do a bunch of different shit. You ever know people who I'm doing this, and every time you see them, right, they go, oh, yo, I got this new, this new opportunity, this new, and they're just all over the place, right? Not really sure, not settling in on one thing and developing it, right? Confusion prevents you, and this was like the original earlier point that Ra and I were spoken to when we first started this stuff when we were on the phone, like. Basically, states of confusion prevents you from movement. You can't progress. You can't move forward. It even prevents you from seeing a future largely.
Yeah.
Because you're confused as to what things are going to be from 1 minute to the next.
Well, you introduce a lot of variables.
Huh?
You introduce a whole lot of variables because, right? You without a goal, you create several forks. So you introduce so many variables. How can you see a future?
Yeah, you can just go. Right. You go any which way the wind blows.
Uncertainty kills motivation.
Yeah. Well, okay. Go back to the definition. Go look in there in the description. It literally says, it says that confusion is the lack of knowledge, i.e., uncertainty.
Mm-hmm. And then that goes back to what we're talking about specifically with self, right? Because everyone's got something that they kind of gear towards, they gravitate towards, and things that like force themselves in their lives, right? So after a few years on the earth, you start to see the pattern. Now, give it like 20 years at that point, which I think, even when we're younger, we say, yeah, I want to be this and I want to be that. And even if we take a whole bunch of different roads, we kind of very often come back to that. So, but here's an interesting thing. What about for those of us who, so there seems to be this division between science and art, right? And when you were talking about your thumbnails earlier, Complex, you were mentioning the idea of like, hey, this is, long story short, you know what you said. Yeah. So basically the idea of this multi-layered, well-rounded existence, right? It's not just about being that person, because again, that's a given, I think, but getting in touch with those things that call to you. So 9 times out of 10 for any person, it's going to be like, more than one thing. So they can deeply delve into those, enjoy, and have a happy, peaceful existence that will, I think, help things be a lot more clear, even and beginning itself. So therefore, no stagnation. Good things, right? Or happy things, right? Joyful things. Yeah. So if there are always these roadblocks that seem to knock into that, and I think, Paul, you spoke to that earlier when you were talking about, people, basically, I'm paraphrasing, people are going to be assholes, accept that and move on. Like, don't, spend all your time worrying about that. And that spoke loudly to me, because I think that when we want to be free with experiencing who we are as people, we're always going to bump into things that make that slightly more challenging than it should be, right? Relationships, all these things that we've mentioned earlier. So when it comes to understanding on how I can exist within that, that's why I asked, so what do we do with it, right? So if there's no conflict, right, but then there's a conflict with your living with other people, which is how it's going to be by definition, is that idea of this solitary sort of not engaging existence. Maybe you get married, maybe you feel like, okay, it's not for me and things like this, and then you keep going, and then you're always concerned with where your peace is that able to be involved with understanding that other people are going to be doing their dumb things, getting in the way of it, annoying you, doing the circular things, and also being able to enhance that, and that you share yourself with? Do you get bogged down into that? So succinctly put, there's always stillness before the movement, and there always has to be that stillness, right? That can feel very often like stagnation for those of us who delve into the deepest parts of ourselves. And it's often not, but we do feel a lot of lessons hitting ourselves in the head at those times.
Real, that's interesting you say that.
Mhm.
It's almost as if, though, is that we don't, it's really weird, right? Because things happen in cycles in life.
Mhm.
So it's like at a certain point we should kind of recognize what this is, right? Like what this is. I've been here before,
Mhm.
right? Like everything isn't brand fucking new to us,
Mhm.
right? Like that's the whole thing, cycles of time and shit. Like we have birthdays, we get older, right? What is wisdom, for example?
Mhm.
Right?
Right.
So like we can acquire the shit, but application then becomes key, right? I'm just saying, like, if wisdom matches experience and these two things match age as we get older, then the one thing I'm looking at is application of these three things, right? As it relates to your age. So as you get older, I'm thinking you're not okay, you shouldn't be like 30 and then thinking like a 20-year-old, and then 35 and then thinking like a 21-year-old, and then 38 and then thinking like a 23-year-old. Dude, like, come the fuck on. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah, go ahead, Judge. I'm sorry, bro.
No, no. I guess what I'm trying to formulate. Okay. Now I don't necessarily know what your professional background is, Truth, or not Truth, Life rather.
Mhm.
Um, uh, Complex. I know that you've been relatively entrepreneurial
I'm in
based
tech. Yeah, I'm in tech.
for much of your time.
Yeah.
I've come from a different position of in the trades and so forth, and then into being a tax preparer, so more of a service base, right? And then now an entrepreneur in the more of an entrepreneurial realm. Um, but if we use the hierarchical system of as Maslow's availability, what you both are referencing would be the pinnacle. But I would think that what you guys are referencing is more of a luxury if you don't have the right. You have to be like, I don't say you have to be, but in the slog there's going to be stagnation,
Mhm.
right? In the slog there's going to be like, and if you're getting together with, right, so in a marriage, right, you're gonna get to you get married, right, likely with the you get in a relationship with marriage in mind, and in the most responsible sense, with marriage, with the potential for marriage in mind, with the potential and marriage with the potential for children and a family. So there's going to be a 20-year slog there unless you come into the situation, and unless you have the backing to not of enough wealth behind you, so that right that grind is going to be there. So the self the self the intrinsic self-examinations and affirmations and exploration for 20 years is going to be curtailed.
Well, you know,
Right.
Judge. let me. I'll throw this out here, right? And this is once again, right. Why this live stream is called Confusion,
Right.
because I hear, like, I'll hear all that relationship shit, right, and I'll hear people get like literally they'll just go hours and hours and hours and hours into this stuff,
Yeah.
and then live stream after live stream, and then reaction and this and this and this, and then I'm over here literally from experience. I can say, I'm like, you guys are all full of shit. You guys have no fucking clue.
Right.
You have no clue. See,
Right.
the thing is this, right? They'll talk high value man this. Well, this man needs to be making this kind of money, and this, and blah 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 blah. And then, you know, I only gotta find, you know, she has to be this way, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I don't ascribe to any of that.
It's stupid, because you want to know why? I'm literally like, it's basically like, it's a phone call, a deal comes through, I'm papered the fuck up. So oftentimes it's sort of like, well, are you making this? Are you making that? It's like, well, no. What it is that I'm in a situation where I can make the type of money where I'm not sure if there's a number on it just yet. It depends on what the phone call says, right? That's a whole different modality, right? You got people you got guys that might have like a $40,000 job, but they're very savvy with their investment portfolio, right? See, so they may tell you I make $40,000 a year. They didn't tell you what they was making on the stock portfolio.
Right.
But see, that's none of your fucking business. And what happens here is that if you want to reduce how humans are going to interact based on what they're making, right, where things are coming from, basically you're setting yourself up for failure. This is the reason why it's sort of like I push for the Sapio shit, and I say, no, well, listen, how about you form organic bonds with people, right? You form organic bonds with people, because here's what happens, dude. In the course of throughout the course of life, and this is now speaking from experience, I was a married man. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, there's ups and downs.
Yeah.
Money comes, money goes. Right.
So complex. You're saying
sometimes I'm making the lion's share. Right. During my marriage, there were times, you know, there was a good portion of the time I was making the most money, and then there was times where she was making the money. Okay. It's an ebb, it's a flow. There's all these different things. Right. The one thing that's gonna solidify it, keep it all together. Okay. Stand throughout all of the financial issues, health related issues, because that's what I went through.
Yeah.
Right. It was a health thing. Right. And I'll tell you right now, nothing tests a relationship. Nothing tests that shit more than a health issue that comes into play. See, it's all fun and games. It's all gaming. We're doing this. We're doing the transactional thing. I'm doing my options. I'm this. I'm that. Let a fucking cancer diagnosis hit you. Just like that, life changes. Right?
Yeah.
My condolences, brother.
Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm just saying, like, listen, my wife wasn't the only one. This happens every day. And this is the thing, like, people walk around and they're thinking all is peachy king. Right?
Yeah.
Right. And then your ass is reminded that you're actually human.
I've always said there's nothing like things to put things in perspective, like illness, because just working around people with terminal illnesses, and like, you know, you see like you look at all these things as worrisome and things that are problems, and then I would go into like my internship and I'd see somebody who was so skinny you could see his intestines moving through his skin literally, and all he's worrying about is, I got here on time, I'm trying to get back to work, like I'm trying to chill, like I want to enjoy things, the simple things, and things that are so pretty and fluffy, and when that's another bullshit thing about relationships, this idea of like forgetting the ebb and flow. People are so worried about being in Candyland that unfortunately, the only thing that really knocks people in the head sometimes is illness. And it's like seeing it happen. And then all of a sudden, there's tiredness, there's the everyday thing. Now, all of a sudden, you really get to understand, who am I in a time where I really I'm tough, right? Oh, you tough, like you think, and all of a sudden,
you are.
Yes. And you're looking in the mirror like, yo, look at this. And then there's the anger, there's the guilt, there's all these things. Every single part of the human condition that isn't pretty is forced, and no one's ready for that ever. And you're right. Mix that with the relationship. Like nobody can even conceive of that. Like it's already, to look at that just by itself is already that. But then doing that in a relationship, and then the parts where, people are supposed to not have like, things like bodily functions, illnesses, all of that. And so all these things happen, and it's just like all these things, that, and then that's the idea of children. Do you really want another person to worry about? As there's so much that comes up with this idea of mortality that, I mean, it's almost like nothing else even matters. Like I don't even want to talk about anything else once that's brought up. You know what I mean?
because you know what you just did? You just kind of that's what I mean. Like once you go there, what starts to happen here is that things start to come more into focus.
Yeah.
Right? Because we understand that, like, there's finality in our lives, right? So what the my daughter's she's doing yoga right here right now, so I gotta watch my mouth now.
Yeah,
because she decided to come in here and hang out. So
she's having the problem
but
I'm having. I can't get to sleep.
What'd you say?
So she's having the same problem I was having. That's why I popped on. I couldn't get to. I turned on the channel. And,
well, she's been out. She's been out of school lately. So they were out like last week, then this week, and then they go back to school on Monday. So, she's one of these types that will stay up all night and sleep all day. She's just like her mom. And she's had like this fascination with the movie Titanic. So she'll stay up super late and watch the movie Titanic, and then.
That was a fucking heart jerker. I watched that thing once. I was like,
watched it. Yeah, we watched it.
I don't envy you on that part there, man.
Yeah, we watched it a couple nights ago, and then I saw that she was watching it again last night. But so let me just watch my language because she's hanging out here now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But no, man. I'm really. This is the reason why. And truth, no disrespect, man. Like we're all good, bro. When I do like sapiosexual live streams, like people may expect me to talk about being like smart women and smart men and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, no, there's actual psychology, like why is it that we're drawn to the things that we're drawn to? Like these are worthy of deep dives, and this is where I choose to take sapiosexualism, right? So we have to really look at these things in depth and split it apart and say, okay, are my proclivities leading to the type of shit I see, like in terms of like the things I experience, or is it vice versa? Right? Like, so for somebody that I've seen both sides of it. I dealt with a chick that, it was the typical bullshit, cheating and all this. Not me, but her, and all that other crap. Dealt with that, and then guess what? I dealt with her opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I dealt with her opposite. I dealt with the one who was the helpmate, who had your back, did all this, did all that, right? And then I can speak from the position of having to reciprocate that, right? When she was in a time of need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, been there, done it. That's why I'm not confused about a goddamn thing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And what I try to do is get people over the fucking hump at this point, because I'm tired of the goddamn confusion. It's not. There's nothing confusing about. Listen, when you guys were kids, did you have a problem making a friend? Like you go and see a kid,
Never.
for whatever reason, it took you, something told you to go over that, make a friend, and then you did, right? And it just happened organically.
Yep.
So if you were able to do that as kids, what the fuck happened to us as adults?
Right.
Tell me.
Right.
I'm listening. Go ahead. You guys got it.
I know what happened for most people. A lot of bad experiences. You meet somebody when you're a kid, you spark up these friendships, you don't have a lot of negative experiences, but once you start having sex and you get older and money's involved and families and friends and and they start meddling in your business, and then then with social media, movies, social expectations, cultural expectations, I mean, there's a whole lot that really starts to warp people, which
Yeah.
then again brings us to what really should sustain us through everything in life, and that's is our core values, is having is our willingness to sacrifice, having a vision for oneself that we can bring into reality, and really having confidence that we can do that. And many of us, you go to a public school and you got bad parents, you're in a bad neighborhood, and you can lose a lot of that or never gain the type of building blocks and skills to have those type of relationships. And so, like, I consider myself a Sapio. I was a returning college student, so I dropped out in my early 20s and then graduated in my late 20s. And what I found interesting was that I used to think, well, I don't care if a woman's got a college degree or doesn't have a college degree. But what I found was that what I thought was that if a woman didn't have a college degree and I didn't have a college degree, that it could work just like as it should just work just fine. But what I found was that the women that I got along best with were highly educated. Matter of fact, it wasn't even close. Then it started to be like, it's not close. And then you read the studies, you look at the statistics, and they say that women with 4-year degrees tend to they get married earlier, they get married longer, they get married in higher percentages. So there's something to that. A lot of it is economics too, but when you have more education, it makes you having a healthy marriage and long-term relationship can be more sustainable, which is which to me, before I even read those studies, it was counterintuitive. I didn't even really care.
Well, but you're going to also tick boxes in the same. You're going to tick a lot of the same boxes via zeitgeist as well.
What do you mean?
Meaning, you're going to have a lot more mutual, right? You're going to tend to have a lot more mutual experiences, understandings, similar, a lot of similar
more
experiences.
Yes. So I mean no
Even
disrespect either,
interest-wise,
Complex. I mean no disrespect. I just I just look at black men. On my channel, I try to talk to black men, and when they talk about women, and it's just like, man, they really don't know what they want. They don't know how to talk to women. And then it's like, you hear like, lead with your wallet and all this crazy stuff out here, and you go, I mean, that doesn't work for anybody. You're going to get destroyed doing that. I mean, and embarrass yourself. And
oh wait, no,
yeah, well, you never heard that.
No,
you never heard that type of stuff said here, right? That's my whole point. You never heard that type of shit said
any dating advice.
No, I'm saying like that. I've never. Yeah. Like that. That's not me. I'm not going to be the one to.
Not the game side. Not the
no. First of all, dude, let me tell you something, dude. My game, if you want to know what my game is introversion, dude. I'm a fucking introvert. See, so I literally go against doing game stuff. So what I'm talking about is just literally personal development, right? Psychology, stuff like that. And that's where, I stay away from all that bullshit, because I intrinsically and fundamentally understand that it does not work the same way across the board for everybody. That means men and women. Right. So that means that even as a male, if it doesn't work for me that way, guess what? There's a female counterpart. That's why when I talk about this type of shit, what I don't like to do is get very one-sided or talk about, well, what this group does versus this one.
Yeah.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, well, I deal with compatibility. So what I do is I already eliminate those that really ain't going to be jiving with me anyway. So whatever the fuck they decide to do, whatever their mannerisms, their habits, how they get out here, move in the world, guess what? Ain't got shit to do with me. Why? We ain't compatible. We don't even like coalesce like that. So I like to like keep it hyper focused, and this is where we eliminate confusion. Because what I can do is I can remove all that bullshit that other people deal with, and I can speak to what it is that works for people that know how to apply common sense, and that's where I like to keep shit.
Right. And so a problem for a lot of men is that they don't know where to keep stuff, and they don't know what they
Well,
want.
they need to listen to this shit over here and not all that other bullshit out there on social media. That's my point.
But they don't know. And
Wait,
so,
what did
they
you
say,
real?
so there's like this one guy. There's this one guy, he said, he goes, man, I've been married. You know who he is too. You guys know who he is. I'm not going to say his name, but he goes, I know. He goes, man, I've been married 3 times, and I don't need an educated woman. She don't got to be smart. All I need to do is clean the house and look good. I mean, he says it all,
I don't know who says that. Ooh,
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who that guy is. Who is that? Who you
Yeah, I swear I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that would be really obnoxious to say. You can say it because it's your channel, but
I know exactly who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right? He said it a few times. So, you know, imagine being that guy. It's like you're stuck in quicksand and you're doing everything you can to get out, and it just keeps sinking you down.
That's not what it is.
Farther.
It would be nice.
Real. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hey, Mosman. Hey, I just want to introduce. Hey, Mosman, what's going on, bro? Because I brought him up. I didn't acknowledge him.
Hey, peace.
What's up, peeps? How's it going?
Good, man. I just wanted to acknowledge. I got you on the panel here. I'm sorry, Real. I didn't mean to cut you off, and then I'll go to Mosman.
No, not at all. Go ahead, Mosman. You haven't even said anything. I'm realizing that now.
Yeah. You want to? Yeah.
Whenever I jump on these things, it's really to listen first and then talk when I can, because I don't like to hog the mic. Like, people don't have to, we all just share perspectives. But I'm glad you're doing this piece on confusion, because what I've realized is that as I get older, men show respect to other men who understand reality. So, and that's where a lot of this dynamic between, we'll just use the terms, old and young cats. A lot of young cats don't respect old heads because they understand that, everything that comes out of their mouth doesn't always make sense. And that's when you start to lose respect. And it's very unfortunate, but I believe the biggest problem is because we don't read enough. Reading is like kryptonite to Black men, unfortunately, but the answers are always there. The answers are in every book, every article, every sort of database you can ever find. You just have to find it, but we're not socialized to do that. And that's our downfall.
Well, we are, but it's, we are socialized to read that J.A. Rogers bullshit. We're socialized to read.
God.
Well, then you got some people, right? It's like, it's funny, even when they have the information, right? You can give them the information. They'll buy $1,000 course on, on marketing or they get a gym membership. You don't even need to know that much to go to the gym and get swole. Happens every year. New Year's is coming up. What do they say? Like 7% with 7% of new gym memberships, the people never even go, right? They don't even go to the gym. They just pay every month for a few months or a year and then cancel their membership. And so that, that tells me is that a lot of people
read about slavery porn,
right? Slavery, right? So a lot of people know what they don't, even when they know what they want, they have access to what they want. They want that better body. They want to look good. They want to be fit. But then there's this mental block. There's this confusion. There's this uncertainty. They don't want to walk through that fire that it takes to get chiseled or, to drop 40 pounds. And so they just go back at home. And it's like they don't have that vision for themselves. What are your core values? What are you prioritizing in your life? And if you don't have the right people around you, the right culture, you come from trauma, you're in poverty, you're overworked, you're overstressed. I mean, it really zaps people's ability to have a clear mind, to sit back and focus and really understand themselves and how they fit into the world.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I can just speak for myself in the current situation out there. The majority of the issue that I'm finding with the, we'll say, early to mid 30s to early to mid 40s crowd is less that than solipsism. Is them placing themselves as the be all end all of reality and existence, and or the reason the sun rises, and them, you know, expecting expecting me to be a cog in their world to work for their machinations. So that's the running theme there is you're saying that, you know, that they're not it. And why I say it's interesting that way is because it's self-centered but not introspective.
All right. Take the easy road of self.
It's focused. It's intrinsically focused, but it's only surface level.
Most of us don't focus on that, though.
But not with self-best interest. So in that case, it's both too. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Well, like the brother said too, with the blue raincoat, you know, like how they say, you know, black people don't read. Well, you know, there's also analysis by paralysis. You want as much information as you can, but you don't want to be, you know, reading and soaking in more information instead of being productive. And a lot of times, you know, in the black community, we talk about everything else but doing the work. You know, we need to get right with God, and, you know, we need to heal, and we need to do this, and we need to do that. No, you need to just put the work in, man. I mean, shit doesn't get done unless the work gets put in.
It's all of that, though. That's all of that. And that therein, I think, is an actual example where we can say semantics is an issue there, because, you know, people throw that around a lot, but right there. Yeah, it's all the same. You know what I mean? Getting right, like for some people, the word of getting right with self will be the word God. For the understanding of how things just can't help but to happen, that's also going to be for some people the word God or self, or, you know what I mean? Like, so we start to get bogged down. Ironically, I think the bogged down into that happened earlier, you know. So it's funny you're saying that. And I completely agree in the sense of, if I look at it, if those were different things, right? But sometimes we have to take that leap and understand that, was it you, Complex, who brought up the wisdom, right? That is the practical application of knowledge, right? Then you have understanding. If we're going to bring it to supreme mathematics, it works that way. So yeah, I mean, you know, but look, but besides all that though, right? I think that we sell ourselves short when we start to generalize this idea of what we don't do and what we do. And I'm speaking specifically as Black people. Like, there are so many other issues. And let's take these social media things that come up. Like, I cannot tell you how many times that I have walked into an environment where we were supposed to be having a discussion about, let's say, purely Black issues in society. There would be no other way to talk about Black issues anyway. And then it becomes this whole other thing where people are arguing about, well, who's who, who's this, what's this?
Yeah, sidebars, right?
Yes. And it's like, you know what I discovered in all that is that when it comes to, it's like forcible altruism. This is something I speak against a lot. And there's no set term that means that. It's just like, for example, you know, those people who have, like, you know, blessed one in their name or whatever, like, you know, when they're shoving something down your throat, right? To me, that is the red flag. And, you know, I'm here to help people. Like, I'm here, you know, it's like, no.
Yeah. Like it's like while they while they jam their index finger into your chest.
Exactly, and laugh at you and tell you that you're messed up for feeling pain while they're doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I constantly see that.
That's a 1984 term, if I ever heard one. Forcible altruism.
I mean, I've never heard that. Honestly, like, I'd like to think that I coined that, because I've never heard it.
That's a new one to me.
Yeah,
but that's an interesting concept, though, right?
Yes, because you know, again, if it's something that has to be underlined and understated and emboldened so many times, then all of a sudden I'm starting to think that's not what is happening. That's what the person wants to believe in, right? And that goes back to somebody had said earlier about the reason why so-and-so dude didn't, he wanted this or whatever. And it's that grass is greener thing. Like there's always this idea of what's outside of us is what's perfect, right? That is the way that things are controlled.
Yes. Yeah.
That is
It's
part of
always
that.
it's always this whole thing of you're not good enough, right?
Yeah.
And you know, well, nowadays it's social media is that constant reminder, right?
Yep.
I mean, let's go here with it. So you'll have like, so for example, you'll have like the and we can hold the mirror up on this reel, right? Because this goes to both sides, right?
Mhm.
You'll have the women who do the live streams. You know, these black men ain't ish, right? And as a black man, you could get triggered. You could.
Yeah.
And then on the flip, what do you have?
The manosphere panels of black women ain't shit. I'm going here.
And
I'm going there.
There you go. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We all kind of find ourselves, oddly enough, in the same situation.
Yep. Saying the same things in different ways. Yeah. And, you know, truth be told, if that's the solution to somebody's problem, then that's going to be the same person who's going to say the way that I find more of myself is to look without. And again, you're never going to be able to understand that a person is never going to be able to understand their own experience if they're steadily looking at it through someone else's thing, right?
Right.
That's another side part of the conversation, but that's important though, because a lot of points that I think people really truly think they believe in, they're not that passionate about it. If you start to unravel it, like, why do you care? And you know, what does that even mean? It's based on something very hollow and flimsy. It's based on a point, maybe something that they felt intellectually inferior about when they were speaking about it at the first, you know, time that they delved into that, or maybe something that they've mused on their whole entire life, but somebody, you know, made it a point that they stood by that. You know, this is why people like KS and these people, since we're name dropping or whatever, are so.
Well, we're quasi name dropping. We didn't say it completely.
Okay. We're still using initials, yeah. Like, this is why there's so much influence there. To me, it's just it's very strange that, you know, especially when you see how it builds. It builds on a phantom.
You know what? What did you say phantom?
Yes.
I was gonna say, like, don't get me started on that. Because that's, oh shit. Really? Did you just go there?
Yup.
She said, yep. Okay. Isn't it? It's all aesthetics. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's all aesthetics, right? It's the look.
No, it's not.
I would agree with
It's
that.
the feel. It's all this other shit. It's not
even aesthetic. It's mirage.
Okay. Well, there's another word.
Presentation.
That's a synonym. Is that a synonym of?
Well, no.
Aesthetics or what?
Aesthetic is actually tangible.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
The aesthetic is
design, like Porsche has an aesthetic. Mercedes has an aesthetic.
No,
right?
It's the illusion of the aesthetic.
But it's the illusion. Okay.
You pine for that which is never going to be there.
If you don't want it to be there.
Wait, isn't that
no?
the
Because
draw?
it couldn't exist. It doesn't. It's always the only thing that makes it a thing is its elusivity, or exactly right. And the trick is that a person spewing that over and over again, for example, the person I mentioned would have to reach that realization upon hearing themselves say that over and over again. And it comes from something self-satisfying, right? This is not even about the other at this point. There's nothing but like reframing the alienation, really, right? Which is a self thing. It's not about the other. I don't want to go too far off into the other part of what I feel is very integral there, but yes. I just want to answer that one question that this one asked.
Yeah. See, again, from the male side.
Well, hey, Judge, Mose was trying to get in.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, that was me. That was me, Ryan.
Oh, Ryan. Okay, no, that was you, bro. I'm sorry. I thought it was Mosman.
I think that these type of conversations, like especially as it related to conversations about KS, is I think there has to be a lot of nuance here. Number one, presentation is something that a lot of Black people don't really take into consideration as being really important, especially in the actually adult world. I mean, when you have men who are in their 60s with their hats on backwards and Jordans, clearly you're dealing with people. You're dealing with people who are in a state of arrested development, and I think that much of the pushback against KS is actually this notion, because I mean I've seen men in the space that pushed back against wearing the suit, but their careers were military men, and it's like, nigga, that's actually what you wear every day to work is a suit. Like you're in a suit, like for real. Like, so
this is not a Brooks Brothers.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So like you're in a uniform. So what are you talking about? Like you have to do it. And so I think that there's a lot of boyish type of mindset in a lot of the men, obviously a lot of the women as well, as it relates to this, because the truth of the matter is, like, we're dealing with a lot of emerging adults, even though you got some that are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They haven't fully crossed over into actually full adulthood in terms of a consciousness. And so I actually wanted to read something that I think kind of plays into this mindset. This is a book that I've referenced before, not too much, but I've referenced before in the space. I love this book. This is a top 5 book ever that I've read. And it's not that long, but it is just extremely valuable in terms of the knowledge that is in this particular book. The book is called...
Before you start the raw, you all have a good one. I'm going to go try to catch some before the morning market opens.
So you good, man. Hey, Judge, I appreciate you coming through, man.
Thank you.
Good talking to you, Judge.
Thank you for having me up here. Y'all have a good one.
All right, brother. Peace out. All right, Rob, you got it.
The book is called The Sacred Prostitute, The Eternal Aspects of the Feminine. This particular chapter, I think, is dealing with the feminine psychology. It says, in terms of relating this to the confusion aspect. And then I'm going to read a little bit for on the male side. She said, women who are sexually promiscuous, lacking an emotional tie, or even harboring a deep resentment toward their partner are unrelated to their essential feminine nature. That is precisely the situation which feeds the negative animus. The animus is as negative in the inner life of such a woman as are her views of men in her outer life. He turns a cruel face toward her. The animus is the masculine aspect of a woman's nature. He turns a cruel face toward her, undercutting her every move. The more adamantly she believes that men are her enemies, the less she is able to realize that the enemy is within herself. There's no ritual preparation, such as the above dreamer experience, no welcome reception of the mysterious other. Likewise, women who experience sexual anxieties have never fully experienced the breakthrough, the penetration of the masculine. Such women remain, as it were, like the girl in a fairy tale, living in the emotional impoverishment of the father's house. Their fears of the phallic beast prevent them from experiencing love and its transforming effects, not only on themselves, but on their partners. The inner animus remains in an undeveloped state, forever a frog, never recognized as the prince it could become. The positive stranger animus enables a woman to focus on and to discern the attributes and beauty of her feminine nature. He guides her into the conscious realization of her femininity. Just as the sacred prostitute went out into the world when the ritual was completed, prepared to enter marriage as a person fully aware of her capacity So the modern woman who has integrated her animus is prepared for life. Whatever she undertakes, she does so with confidence, without regression, submissiveness, or a feeling of inferiority to a patriarchal system, which would mean returning to the father's house. She neither has to compete with men nor adopt masculine qualities. That is identifying with the animus. A woman who has come to know the presence of the masculine power within is her own authority and stands constant to her feminine nature. She may not be able to change the patriarchal system which surrounds her, but more importantly, she doesn't allow the system to change her. I want to get to this masculine aspect too. As far as the men,
what book did you say this was?
The Sacred Prostitute, the eternal aspect of the feminine.
Sacred. I'm gonna look
This is fascinating information.
This is very important. This is talking about the in terms of the masculine psychology.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat on this book, Ra.
Okay. This is in reference, I think, to a dream a man has. Yeah, this is in reference to a dream that a man has. It said, this is a moving example of a man meeting the anima in the image of the sacred prostitute, one who is able to mediate between the wounded body of denied instinctual energies and the numinous experience of the divine. Although fearful that his wounded masculine nature will be more exposed and subject to more torment, the man opened himself to the tender, healing, and beneficial way of the priestess of Isis. Here, the sacred prostitute, as one aspect of the anima, functions as a mediatrix between consciousness and the unconscious, bringing instinctual forces into harmony with the divine. Without an appreciation of this image, contemporary man experiences a major split between the spiritual and sensual aspects of Eros. Sexual acts devoid of an attitude of tribute to the goddess become merely instinctual performances without connection to the inner being. Many modern men experience this split. Man cannot come to a positive connection to his anima until this split is reconciled and healed. Writes Robert Stein. Conversely, it may be that this split cannot be healed until a man has found a positive connection to his anima. What is necessary in a man's psychological development is for him to experience the transformative, active side of the anima. Only then can he abandon conventional, constricted attitudes toward the feminine and enter into the world of full emotional involvement with another. That's why I was saying earlier,
fuck, dude.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Damn.
On both sides, I mean, that's really where
that's what I'm saying. If you flip it, you flip that mirror, right? What you just said, that shit is applicable both ways, fam.
Right. That's why I read it from both sides.
Yep.
So both sides can see, you know, because what you have what you will have in a space without that actual concretization is nothing but an emotional food fight. That's all you're gonna have.
That's it.
Emotional food fight. And the problem is that because we have gotten away from the rites of passage aspects, where we were the rites of passages really were ways to usher us into to go from boyhood to manhood, to girl to woman. It was not just about just doing it just for the sake of, like, it had a significant spiritual ramification. And so what it's talking about in this book is that the spiritual ramification of the ancient practice of the sacred prostitute is exactly that, trying to integrate properly the woman's masculine aspect of her nature so she can be the woman she's supposed to be in terms of her husband and things like that. And so it's likewise on the other end, like men have to fully, they have to have the proper ego integration in terms of their the animus. I think it's the anima.
Ego integration.
So well, my question is this.
That's that language, dude. Like I said, man, that's the language I like to hear because it's the absolute truth.
Right.
Because that's
right.
When you break it down to the brass tacks, that's exactly what the fuck it is. It's
right. So when you
ego and our true self oftentimes are separate entities that coincide that coincide in one vessel, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas the key word you said was integration.
Right.
Yes, but notice that the foundation of the original part when discussing the woman's part came from a place of like it's either what was it? Let me just recall a couple things to make the clear point. So this idea of like, so the threatening phallus, and let's just take the terminology away, but the idea of basically demystifying men and having to purposefully make them a non-threat as opposed to them just being a non-threat, right? So there's like the first really disturbing foundation.
Whoa.
But
wait, say that again. Say that again. Say that part again.
Okay, so I was discussing the foundation of where the idea of how women deal with men, basically, right? Where there was this idea, I'm not saying in real life, I'm saying with what was just stated there, the example, So it's like the idea of demystifying men and then making them this non-threatening, like, phallus entity. And I'm only using the term because it was really appropriate. Because a lot of women, men are these demystified, overly sexual, threatening beings.
But and wait, what you said this versus that.
Hold on. I'm not gonna be able to say it in exactly the same way because it was organic. I promise you, I'm gonna clear it up. So then this writhing, like sexual, like aggression energy, and they have to not become that and or be demystified versus that already being a present environment. And that's, although I will say that is very dysfunctional and very much trauma-based, it's realistic, which is why it was perfectly stated when it came down to where that's coming from. But then when it comes to how men are dealing with it, it's almost as if that's a response to understanding that first, which is interesting because even though I could totally argue both sides, but from my perspective, I would say it's very strange to look at something from a position of, let's put it in binaries, 0 and 1, and then having the one part, the active part, be this idea of only receiving. That's backwards and straight. So, and the thing is that if we are going to, let's just say that, okay, let's accept that. Then that means that the understanding there would be even more of a vulnerable place versus this wanting to usurp and overpower and OD and extra. Because, truth be told, as a woman, I can tell you for sure, it's coming from a place of hurt and abandonment more so than it's coming from a place of aggression or wanting to, wear the pants or whatever. It's an issue of safety. And it won't look that way because when warriors fight, you're not looking at who's keeping who safe. Unless you know the origin of the issue, you're not going to be able to see who is the aggressor when you have very powerful sides on both sides. There's no place where there's more power, right? That's the beauty. That's why both exist. That's why it has to be that way. And that's why the only way we continue is by an acceptance and understanding of that. But there's no power struggle. There's no confusion. There's no hurt and harm. I am literally the only woman I have ever known in a close capacity where I would be able to have this information that has not been in a sense of trauma. I'm not talking about human trauma. I'm talking about like what I'm obviously talking about, working from that place of trauma when it comes to dealing with men. And then, there's the other part. I've met a lot of men who have been through equally as sexually deprived and disturbed situations, but that's much less talked about. But a lot of people are working from that place, right? So it's very easy, I think. It's very easy to illustrate where people are communicating and where things are happening wrong and right when coming from a place of trauma. What about the celebration of healthiness, health, or movement in the direction of that? Of course, that's not going to be this romantic, non-trauma place, but maybe not to such
but to get to there, from a lesser position. To get
right, where it's not so extreme.
But doesn't that imply that there's going to be some sort of metamorphosis, some sort of change?
Right.
Always, sort of but it's hard to use the dramatics as the template. That's what I mean. Like, and also it isn't only that. Like, why should only the most like deep, sorrowful aspects of it get the light? Like, there's so much more to it that doesn't come from that place. That should also be right.
Why do we have to make it that though?
That's the question. We don't have to make it. It exists. And if we don't discuss it, we're only going to think the other one is the one that's comfortable to be like delved into. Like, there's no grassy knoll anywhere. Like, that's
nowhere. That's what I'm. It's like, dude, why the fuck are we thinking that you can achieve this quote unquote perfect life? We already determined that perfection is stasis, right? That's death. That means that there's no room for improvement. Like, well,
wow.
Okay, what do I need you for? You're perfect.
Not in the symmetrically perfect way, because that's obviously nature too.
No, but I'm saying what we want to do is strive for the notion of perfection, right? Because what that does is that keeps us on an evolutionary path. But
and we also realize it's not always the extreme of this degradation and continuing.
No, yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to do that, and I think that very often there's just no place for that to start from, because so many people are coming from a place of trauma, which obviously can't be ignored either, but it's like overcompensation sometimes.
Overcompensation.
Yeah, like it's not just allowing the skipping through the grassy knoll to be flawed, whatever that means, or perfect, whatever that means. It's always having to bracket it somewhere. But the places that it's getting bracketed at are these places of deep hurt and deep mistrust and deep confusion. There it goes. Like,
there we go.
Yeah.
This is why I like to have real life up here. Well, I was gonna say she's probably,
no, I agree with a lot of what you said.
A few females who can kind of roll with this.
I enjoy it. Thank you.
You're good. No, you're good. That's why I love to have you up here. What's up, Mosman?
When you were referring to
Sean, dude, come on, bro. Like, I'm trying not to. Yeah.
He's like this weird bot troll. Like,
yeah, I'm reading this and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to let this go, but come on, man, this is just for the playback and everything. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mosman.
What you were saying about overcompensation, Rio. I believe that's due to a lack of self-introspection on a deep level. I consider all of our minds to be symbolic, hyperbolic time chambers where there's literally limitless space to learn who you are, understand who you are, really, really walk into your essence. And a lot of trauma stays with us because we choose to not open those doors and to really refine our minds, which always, at least for me, goes back to reading. A lot of our people are very much fiction readers. Nonfiction, like, we were not socialized to really take nonfiction as seriously as it is.
Well, I would say also to that Mosman. And this is just kind of like maybe more outside of kind of reading things to sort of contextualize our minds on different concepts. It's also to value our real world experiences and learn from them, right? Because what I find is that oftentimes there's a lot of people that they've gone through and experienced enough times to know better, but guess what they keep doing? They keep
repeating
doing
the same thing over and
they
over
keep
again.
doing the same shit. I'm more in line with taking each experience, extrapolating from it, adding it to your wisdom and knowledge base, and ascending from that point going forward. What that does is, one, you won't be repeating that same issue or problem. That's the first thing you won't be doing. Number two, you also extrapolated from it all of the various inputs, all of the scenarios that led up to that. This is what takes us out of these states of confusion. When you're in that state, like it's a loop effect. It's something that keeps happening, right? And like I said, when you go and look at the definition once again of confusion, it's literally one sentence. It's like 4 words, basically lacking understanding, right? Which basically causes a state of uncertainty. And once you're in a state of uncertainty, you act in a state of confusion, right? And what's happened here is that we're looking from a cultural imprint standpoint. We move in a state of confusion, right? All it takes is some external input, social media, music, film, this, that, to just throw something into the pot, right? Some sort of social meme, some sort of something. And then all of a sudden, everybody's fucking moved by it. All of a sudden, you're doing a cucumber challenge, or all of a sudden you're doing this, or all of a sudden you're doing that. You eat that easily. You're swayed, right? Because you don't stand firm on anything. You don't have any firm principles. There's no square on the chessboard that you stand on with 10 toes. And you say, no, I don't move from this motherfucker unless I choose to in a strategic manner, which does not dictate someone else's input. That's your own. You make the choice to make the move. This is where we're trying to really pick apart and break down into this confusion state. And that's why, I know Truth, he left, and I'm not. We're all good. He can always come back. We're all good. But the reality is that with regards to what we're talking about here, like, submission is the least of our worries. We're talking about a mind state that gives us clarity on the matter, not confusion. That way, we don't have to talk about submission.
Well,
things flow naturally. Go ahead, you guys got it.
These conversations are circular because that's what we choose to focus on. We're very much an entertainment consumption type of people.
We're
In
trying to break
regards,
that over here. We're trying to break that over here. That's but no, you got a point. No, over here we're trying to break that, but you have a point. People sort of are drawn to entertainment more so,
Well, it's not that I'm disagreeing with you. It's just
no, that's what I'm saying.
I don't because you said that and it made me think about something in that immediate moment. Why I don't think we should focus on breaking. We should just focus on walking in that direction. It's like, remember way back when you had the Afrofuturism streams? You actually had a few of them. It's, to me, that's about living a lifestyle of abundance going forward with technology, growing with technology to be a competent person in the world. So at this point, those who, I'm not going to say against this, but those who think contrary, they don't exist until they decide they want to engage in the conversation.
Okay.
Like it's not about, like, what I mean is, we don't, I mean, acknowledge if you want to, of course, because we're discussing it, but we don't acknowledge those who aren't on our path. We just go forward with those who are already on that type of time and continue to innovate and advance and live great lives.
No, I see what you're saying. No. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing you can do if you were to really apply a pragmatic lens to this, right? because otherwise what your struggle in life becomes is the struggle with other individuals, right? That it becomes that versus what you said, Afrofuturism. Okay, so what the key word in that is futurism, right? Forward thinking. So we're trying to jump over to that as soon as we can, given the information and technology at our disposal, right? So what you have to do is eliminate anything that would hinder you from doing that. No, I totally understand. No, totally understand that point.
And you were talking about, you made the point about with other individuals. You know, I also don't believe we as black men are socialized to work well with other groups of men. You know, in our community, we're very we're very individualistic. We don't like to share information. We
Wait, are
don't
you
like
saying black
to.
men working with other black men?
Yes, I just mean, yeah, from a mentality standpoint, you know, before any work is done, there
Mhm.
must be some sort of meeting of the minds, of the spirit, to and also maturity. You know, I don't have to like you to work with you. I don't have to like you to, I guess, hang out with you. You know, that's just me. Like, I don't like to cause a lot of trouble. I'm someone who can converse with and hang out with mostly anyone, only because I don't intend to make trouble. I invest that energy and time into thinking in my own brain, which then produces silence. So to me, when it comes to really, you know, changing the culture, we must see each other with respect no matter what.
Here's the thing,
I can't
right?
co-sign that fully.
What'd you say, Ra?
I can't fully co-sign that.
Go ahead, elaborate, because I
Yeah,
think
please
you
elaborate.
about to go where I'm about to go. Go ahead.
Um, that I think that we have to take into consideration is the fact that when it comes to the topic of being elite, um, we're not handing out any participation trophies for that shit.
No, no,
Absolutely not.
no.
And I talked about earlier in the show. Well, no, I think this is when me and Complex were talking earlier before the show. Um, Reginald Lewis's book, "Why Should White Men Have All the Fun?" This is a must-read book for all black men who, especially if you're productive, you wanna be in business or tech, whatever. Like if you want to just be a productive man, I think this is just a must-have book in your library, because what this book really represents is a manifesto towards black men to go out here and compete in the system. And it didn't even get published until after his death, but it was so important for him to write this book. Like men, his wife, who was not even she's a non-black woman, she's from the Philippines. She actually put the book out for him, which was really showed how much of a loyal woman she was to him and his legacy. And so many of these black men, they just want a trophy just for showing up, just for existing. And
This is true.
that's just not how it works in terms of going out here and competing, because when that man executed what he did in the 80s, which was at that particular time was the largest leveraged buyout of an American company of a foreign acquisition. Like, he did that as a black man, like in an environment that was dominated by white men. And
And those
people
white
still,
men use his process today.
you're right. And I was just about to say that they use his techniques to this very day. So, we have shown in this country to be more than capable.
Of course,
The
obviously,
issue,
yeah.
yeah, the issue is that Are you going to listen to the voice of others that you have accepted inside you as to be your internal voice, or are you going to have your own authentic voice in which you view yourself as the shit? Because when you view yourself as the shit as a man, ain't nobody on earth capable of stopping you. It's just, like I don't I've never woke up in on any day in my life and just felt like I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can make it. I just don't know what that feels like because I've just never thought that of myself. And for some people that might comes off arrogant, but you know, it's just really a fine line between those type of things because to a certain degree, there you have to have some arrogance in you to do things on that level. For him to do the things that he did, he had to have some level of arrogance there.
Wait. Just last week we was talking about this, right? Thin line between a lunatic and a great man of history, right?
Right.
Okay. Thin line between what'd you just say?
Very thin line.
Yeah.
Very thin line.
That line is thinner than a motherfucker, right?
Boy, you already know. You already know. So and for the black men who don't carry that type of drive and ambition, it will be unsettling for them just by definition because you're gonna have FOMO.
Bro.
Yeah, you're gonna have FOMO set in, the fear of missing out. You're gonna have men who the light is gonna reflect on them, and it's
Too
like,
bright.
what are you
Too bright.
doing?
Too bright.
What are you doing? Because if this black man over here is using elements in the system to become successful, and you're in the same system and you're not being successful, then it's gonna be looked upon on you like you're not carrying your weight the way you should be. So, and then you got the people that want to bring things in from an egalitarian perspective. It's like men ain't getting down with that. Men are going out here competing and building. And so if you're not coming with that mindset, that's cool. You don't have to, because it ain't for everybody. Business is it's not for everybody. It's just not.
That's why only certain cats do it.
Yeah, it's only certain cats do it, but the reward is so great. And at the end of the day, like, the reward is so great because business is the ultimate investment in yourself. It's the ultimate investment in yourself.
Absolutely.
Because you don't do it when you feel like doing it. You do it because it's just an inner drive in you that's just pushing you like, man, you gotta do this. You gotta do this, like no matter what.
Well, how the fuck else are you gonna do something greater than what you are as a singular person? If you create a company, you can employ people.
Right.
You could do something far greater through something that you create than through your singular vessel.
Right.
Right. This is what's intrinsically not understood with a lot of brothers. This is why we push getting into business, because the business gives you the vehicle, the mode, the mechanism to achieve that. Just as a singular person on the block, right? Just out here with your cred. That in the real world, I don't get you shit. Right? What was you just telling me when we was talking earlier before we got I got to get an assistant.
Yep.
What we was just talking about. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Somebody got to get on the team now. It's moving like that. I got to focus on what you was just telling me this. We agreed. Got to focus on bigger shit. Delegate smaller tasks off to other people.
Right.
Well, the issue is not many of us truly intrinsically want real power. We believe the power.
Mosman, not to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Not everybody's built for that.
Exactly. It's important for us to understand what type of person we are, so we know I believe we should know our capabilities so we can understand what we really want to accomplish. Because, I could be a great public speaker, but do I want to be a public speaker? Or do I just want to use those skills in another arena while still feeling fulfilled as a quote unquote a public speaker when I'm just really using the skills?
Well, there are many men want power, not for leadership's sake, but for control's sake. And there's a big difference. True leadership, man, it's a daunting task, man, because it's on you. Like
heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yes, you're accepting that level of responsibility and accountability. Like the type of company Jeff Bezos has created, like he took years to refine that type of company, like constantly making it better and better and better and better. Like he nurtured that thing like a baby, man. Like that's really what your business is.
That's
it's like an infant. You know what I'm saying? So the business is really supposed to help you build the institutions that best reflect you. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what business is supposed to allow you to do. Build the company, make the money, set up your nonprofit, set up your church, whatever the case may be, set up your bank, set up your real estate company, build one big fat feedback loop of money that's constantly circulating in that feedback loop, and you're just constantly getting paid. That's what they're supposed to do. Like, and so that just takes a supreme level of focus that you cannot have when you're constantly chasing silly females, because to chase silly females indicates that you're a silly male yourself. So you ain't
built to do what you just said.
You ain't built for it. You ain't built for this type of stuff. You ain't built for that shit. If you ain't prepared to invest 10 years into this in terms of business, like, man, don't even waste your time.
If you ain't prepared to go without access to women to get some shit done, you ain't built for this shit.
No, you're not. You're not.
You ain't built for it.
You're just not. You're not. And so that's why you see. To me, the many of the men that really focus on it, like they're really showing that they're not, because you can only talk about these females for so much, but then you're gonna have to get to something else. And so, the reality
of the situation have to show for the shit you're talking, bro.
Right. They don't have. There's no level of growth that is going beyond. Like the reason why KS has worked so well is because he already had a platform from which he was already operating. He already had something. The manosphere didn't create. The manosphere, didn't create what he was already doing. He was already doing. He came in a short period of time in the manosphere, used the energy of it, and just catapulted, because his mindset is a business person. He has a extensive sales background. He understands demographics, consumers. For want. He got on that, and once he locked in, he was on that shit like a pit on some meat. And that was it. But he already had that mentality. Whereas you have dudes that have been in the space 5 and they still languishing because they didn't use the space for what they should have been using it for, which should have been networking and business, not complaining about bras all the time. You know what I'm saying? So now a lot of them are jealous because of the success, but it's like y'all.
He was okay, but Raw, I was gonna say, that's where I agree with you, right? Like he never pivoted. He been on that shit since day one, right?
Been on it.
He been on it. That's why I've never been critical of the dude. It's just okay. Well, that's the conversation he's having, and people rock with it. They rock with it, and what it did was it largely shifted a lot of the conversation in sort of like the black male YouTube space. Meanwhile, though, right around the same time when he was on like the BGS platform, we was on the BGS, we was all there at the same time. You remember, we were all there at the same time. Okay, so what we did was we went 10 toes down and we planted our flag in this fourth industrial shit, the 3.0 shit. It is what it is. Sometimes, like I said, what are you built for?
Right.
right? What you built for, nigga? I'm built for this right here. I'm built for
I'm
this
built for
4-hour shit.
Yeah, all day.
You know, I'm built for this, right? See, so I'll do it. Fuck it. You blow up with your subs and talk that whatever. I'm not here for that. I'm here for this, right? This is what I'm here for. Let's do this, man, because damn, we over 4 hours. Fuck. I didn't even realize that. Damn. Okay, Ryle, did we touch on everything we meant to touch on, bro?
No, we didn't.
No.
No, we didn't. Not even close. Not even close, bro. Not even close.
Oh,
man, 2
I
hours.
don't think we did, dude, because I remember we was talking about before we went live. Nigga, I don't think we touched on like 30% of the shit we was talking about.
2.5 hours was lost, bro.
Nigga, oh, goddamn. We're gonna have to circle back then, dude.
Hey, but you know the funny thing about it is that
oh shit,
the show actually proved what we were saying. Though.
I know. Oh, you know what? Shut the fuck up. Let me shut up. Because you know what? No, shout out to Truth be told, you know, because I know it, man. You know, shout out. You know, we ain't doing that, but damn, there was a self-fulfilling prophecy in all this, right? Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, that I will say this, like, in all realness, and I'm not saying this about Truth at all.
No,
I'm talking about just men, and there are men in the space, and then there are males in the space. I just want many of the actual men who do want the answers and looking for guidance and stuff like that. There are many men that look like you who do not want you to get the information so you can be productive. They don't.
Right.
They don't want that.
Yep.
And you're gonna have to be able
on the phone too.
Right. You're gonna have to be able to decipher who those particular men are. You know. You're gonna have to come to it on your own. Like we came to it on our own before. Like there are people that I would listen to in the space when it first came in. I don't listen to them anymore. Yep. Because I just felt that a lot of their content was just all about just keeping you triggered, and I'm just not into that. Like me personally, from what I've seen, like I wanted, you know, men in the space to use this information to be productive, like in terms of their productivity, their purpose. Because the beautiful thing about life as a man, like when you find your purpose in life, man, life just is so much more beautiful for you.
You just go.
It's just I can't even, like, if you haven't found your purpose as a man, like you really can't really fully understand what we're saying. Like, but when you hit your purpose, man, just life just crystallizes for you, and you finally have that internal compass that you need to keep you on a straight and narrow, no matter what is happening. You don't care. Like if you ain't willing to lose sleep for this shit, you don't want it.
Straight up.
You don't want it.
You don't want it. You don't want it.
You don't want it.
You don't want it. What's going on, Eric?
Hey, what's happening? I'm listening to the convo, man. I'm liking what I'm hearing, man. Hey, but you know what though? I need the title to that book that brother wrote.
I posted it. Let me see if I got it. Let me see if it's still up in there, because I'm not. The channel was like.
Speakers on? I hear
it's called The Sacred Prostitute, Eternal Aspect of the Feminine, and I posted a link to it. Hold on.
Okay. It's that same book. I thought you all were talking about another book.
No, that's the one that Ryle was talking about.
Yeah, okay. I PDF'd it. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to read along to how can I say, get in line with
there's an echo again.
Wait, say that again, real? Or we didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was just saying there's an echo again, real quick.
Is it echo? Okay, no, that's what I thought.
Okay,
hold on. Let me do the hack. Hold up.
Excuse me for interrupting.
No, you're good. No, if there was an echo, that's what I'm saying. Because I didn't hear it. So, all right, we good now?
Yeah, I heard it myself.
Yeah, it's good now.
All right, we good. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna step away for just a second. You guys got it.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it, Eric. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that, you know, I was trying to read along with you because I didn't hear exactly what chapter you were on, you know, and I PDF'd the book, and then I tried to get on the same chapter that you were on, but I
I was reading from the third and fourth chapter, the ones dealing with the feminine psychology and masculine psychology. I think it is.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, it was third. I think it was third and fourth chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a short read, but it is really powerful. It's actually how I found out about the author Marie Louise von Franz, who has written a lot of books. I mean, I've got a lot of her. I probably got about 12 or 13 of her books. And
say her name again.
Marie Louise von Franz. But she has two books that I really enjoyed reading. One was called The Feminine and Fairy Tales, and Apuleius and the Ass, the Golden the Liberation of the Feminine in Man. So they're basically two books that's dealing with the same concept as far as the masculine aspect in women and the feminine aspect in men. Which is the animus and the anima in both people. So great books. Really break it down. What I like about her is just that she's fair. Like she doesn't sugarcoat it about women, and when women are not fully integrated the way they need to be, the things that they do, and she just really goes in on it, but really breaks it down. Not in a judgmental way, but just to break down what the reality really is. So she's phenomenal. Matter of fact, she studied under Jung too, so she really is phenomenal, man.
She studied under Jung. Okay.
Yeah, so she's phenomenal. She actually died, I think, in 97 or 98. So she wrote a lot. I mean, a lot, and it's just really good to get that aspect from the feminine side. And she really, I'm really grateful that I really was able to come across her stuff actually just being referenced by this woman in this book. But yeah, man, she's powerful, man.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like Jung. I just recently started, studying him and reading him. Well, actually, I started studying him in a philosophy class, introduction to philosophy class, when I was studying caring services here in Helsinki, Finland, where I live. Because when I came here as a Marine security guard, right, on embassy duty. And of course, I met my wife here, and we got a couple kids, and they're all grown up. And I just became a grandpapa about 4 days ago.
Congratulations, bro!
Congratulations!
Thanks, man. So I mean, it's like, and it's my daughter's birthday today. I got to try to figure out.
Congrats! Happy birthday!
Yeah.
Something to get for her and for and for the little one. So. That's working through my head. So me and wife, we're gonna figure that out. We'll figure that out together. That way I don't have to think about it all on my own.
That's not how it's supposed to be, bro.
Yeah, two minds are better than one.
Yeah, two minds are better than one.
Yeah, man. But just a small sidebar, leading to how I started to study Jung on my own and whatnot. I mean, I like what he has to say. I like some of what Rousseau's got to say, Kant and the others, the usual suspects in philosophy that seems to be most popular, and it's coming back into popularity now in general,
Well, yeah, because people are seeking clarity, right? Yeah. And here's the funny part about all this. Yes, babe. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. We'll be done in a few. All right, that's my daughter checking me.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard that?
Yeah, peace to daughter.
Yeah, peace to the daughter.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, Roblox. Can I get on the gaming computer? And I'm like,
I keep seeing this word in print. This is the first time I've ever heard it actually said. But even though, of course, I know it's that way, but I'm like, oh yeah. Like for some reason, I have a severe reference point to that. What is that?
Wait. To what?
Roblox.
Roblox, yeah, it's like this virtual. Holy shit! It's actually kind of metaverse.
Yeah, I get it. Like not universe, but metaverse. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like this game, and kind of scares me a little bit because now we have this full-on metaverse coming on with the VR and the augmented reality and all that, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so what I did was for Christmas, I got her like a gift card. Now here's the other thing. This is okay, complete sidebar. So, these games have like their own economies. So
Their own what?
Economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I go to the store, I buy like a $10, $20, $50 card or some shit, right? Then I give it to her. There's like this redeemable code, right? All of a sudden, as soon as she punched this code in, the money becomes $50 in this virtual world. It hasn't been spent yet, but now it's $50 there.
And now it's no longer dollars or any other currency that you can buy some shit with, except in that universe.
Just in the metaverse.
Right.
Yeah, man. Got her locked in and forcefully invested.
No, but wait a minute. Wait. You guys, Eric, real, check this out. So on Sunday, we did a cannabis live stream.
Right.
And there's an article I covered called Metaverse Weed.
Okay.
So, listen, check this out. It happens in the reverse. You go into the metaverse, go to a dispensary, buy some weed. Guess what shows up at your actual house?
Actual weed?
Yes.
Stop.
No, I'm not gonna stop. No.
Damn. Wow.
No, I'm not gonna stop.
But in an indiscreet box or package or what?
Dude, it comes from well, Eric, you're over in Finland, man. If you ever been to like California, Reels in New York, wherever it's legal, basically you get it in a little container, little medicine type of.
Nondescript package,
right?
Yeah.
No, this is actually really fascinating. I had no idea this was happening. I'm really interested though.
No, for real. You buy it in the metaverse and it comes to your house, your real house. I'm not even bullshit.
So it's like the Super Mario version of the dark web.
It's
the Super Mario version of the dark web.
But you know what? I actually. But check this out. I met this woman on Google Hangouts, and that's actually how she does it. She goes through the computer. She orders it, a specific amount and specific dosage of THC content in it, and they deliver it to her, in a little nondescript box.
Well, no, that's how it typically works. Just okay. So just, I mean, I can say this is not a problem. So prior to California going full legalization, I want to know what. So me and this cat Anti-Gravity 74. I don't know if anybody knows him. He's been in the manosphere shit as long as I've been here, but he's my business partner now. One of my best friends and business partners. Right, we've been working together for like what, going on 5 years.
Wow. Okay.
Right, we linked up back in like 2015, 2016 in the manosphere, and the business that we linked him on was I had a cannabis delivery business, and what I was doing was I was using Airbnb. So I would get with an Airbnb host, and I go, hey, what would be a cool idea is if you kind of use this as a selling point. Like you got people coming to LA and they want to.
That is really smart.
Think about this shit. Why check it out. Yeah. So I got at them and I was like, hey, look, why don't you just let me put these little cards in your Airbnb listings, and then when the people come in, they can just call the number, they'll get me, and I'll go, hey, what would you like?
Yeah.
Oh, you need this, you want this, you got the whole menu, you see the whole menu, you want that, okay, I'll get that over to you, right? And then on the back end, I was partnered with some buddies that were that had a delivery company through a dispensary that we were all members of. Right. So it was very easy to kind of make business like this happen.
Yeah.
And that dude, like my first foray into making money on weed was through Airbnb, actually.
Yeah, because the first day it already pays for itself for however long we're renting out these things for, and the rest is just in the pocket.
Yeah, and you know what I had to do? I just told the Airbnb host, I said, hey, listen, you guys are ever in town, you want some stuff? Just hit me up and I'll take care of that.
Well, you know what? The metaverse of the different delivery the different parts of the delivery system becomes the universe of delivery of the actual package, the actual product, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
No,
new
that's where.
courier
Yeah.
systems, you know,
Huh? Say that again.
new courier systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's this is a whole new shit. And like I said, I covered that article and I read it. Even like when I was reading it during the live stream, I was just like, dude, I started having ideas in my head, and there are ideas that are kind of conflicting because I'm like, okay, wait, this is you're talking about in a completely digital world, dude. Are you serious? You're gonna do this? And then the other side of me was like, okay, this company is selling weed in the metaverse, bro. Like, yes, we're gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, see over
Yeah,
here.
who's gonna be mad at that? Sorry, I just said who's going to be mad at that?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Right.
Shit.
Right.
At all.
Well, see over here in Finland, though, they're quite restrictive on cannabis here.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's still considered to be one of those Schedule I controlled substances. You know, as they see it over here. Yeah, it's still illegal over here, even though even though people have been selling it, you know, in small quantities over here for the past 30, 40 years. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's always.
But it makes people very paranoid here. So it's like if you find out somebody who's got some, right? Okay, he or she are going to want to know, you know, how much you want, how you got connected with him or her. Okay, who's you
want to
your
make sure
source
you're
of
not
connection?
buying it from a
No, but I'm
narc.
saying the people who have it, they want to know this about you. Okay, because they're quite paranoid. They don't want to get busted.
Oh yeah,
I
they
can
want to make
understand
sure
that.
they ain't handing it off to the Fed or some shit.
Exactly, man. So that's that's pretty much how the system works here. So you got to have your own little metaverses of groups of people who know certain people, you know, who have the product for sale. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm gonna put this out here. You know, this is just me.
Yeah.
Right, because I did this literally like in Chicago, like when my wife was going through cancer and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had a homie of mine, I'm not gonna mention his name. He shot me some seeds.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking set up a goddamn grow tent in the closet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my wife's mother never knew the whole time.
Wow.
Because the way I had it set up was that the light would be on during the day.
Right, yeah.
And then at night, I would have the timer set to the light would be off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she never knew that I had like this little cardboard box enclosure with a fucking weed plant growing in there. And I had a timer and a light.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on.
That's nice.
Okay, wait, Ryle. Okay, no, you're not. He's just saying peace. Okay. He's just addressing the chat. He's just saying peace. Okay. Yeah. So
peace, bro.
Yeah, I would do it. I'm on some I'll grow my own shit. Okay, yeah, he had the balance. All right, bro. Hey, I'll talk to you. Yeah, that's how I did it, man. I literally grew a whole plant, and her mom did not know.
Well, I knew guys. Listen, man, I knew one guy. he was growing plants in his bathroom. Okay, I know another guy who just started. He just started growing, and he's got a little room. He's got the specialized lamp and stuff like that. So he's just starting at growing. He started maybe now about 2 months ago. He started, so he's doing this little thing, and it is what it is. People want to grow their own instead of buying from somebody else. So they procure some seeds, and they go ahead and get busy and do trial and error. They learn, they pick up the skill set of how to do that.
Hey, wait, hold on 1 second. Real life, I'm looking in the private chat. Is this your email address right here? Wait, real? Are you there? Is she there?
The boogeyman probably got her. Or the Sandman.
I think this is her. Yeah, no. Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure that was her email address. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, man. We're at 4.5 hours, dude. And it's almost 2 a.m. over here, and my daughter's still up. She needs her little butt to sleep.
I mean, it's almost noon here. It's like it's
Wait, okay, so that's the
11:49
time
here.
difference. It's like
7 hours.
is
It's
it
7 hours from the east coast of the
No, I was
United
gonna say so that
States.
means it's
It's like 10 hours.
10 hours from West Coast.
Right? Yeah. Hmm.
Wow, wow, that's a
So
time
Finland,
difference.
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in Finland.
How long you been there?
30 years.
Wow. So you're just there. That's what's wow. So
Yeah.
You're like
yeah.
you're just
I
there.
mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
like you're there for real.
yeah. I mean, I'm an implant here, man. I mean, I'm like the cannabis plant that started from the seed. The seed
Yeah.
combined
Right,
with my
right,
wife and I,
Uh,
and then we got more seeds. Our two youngins, and so it is
that's
what it
cool.
is. Yeah,
Were you from the United States before you went to Finland?
you're from
yeah,
New York, right?
yeah. From New York
Oh, no kidding. What
originally.
part?
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking.
Brooklyn
Okay.
Heights. Yeah,
Oh, Brooklyn Heights. You know, that's my
Real. You're
favorite neighborhood.
Manhattan, right?
Yeah, I
yeah.
grew up in Manhattan. I'm from
Yeah.
Harlem. Well,
Well,
I'm from Sugar Hill actually, but people don't really
Okay.
know Sugar Hill. It's like
Sugar
right
Hill,
between
baby.
Harlem and
Sugar Hill,
Washington Heights.
baby.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But
I lived on.
I had a best friend who lived on Hick Street. That was Brooklyn Heights is my favorite neighborhood in Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn Heights. And I really don't like Brooklyn. That's the only place I like in
Yeah.
Brooklyn, seriously.
Yeah, I lived on my building, which I grew up in as a child. The address is 720 St. Mark's Avenue between New York and Nostrand.
Yeah. Okay, so you're more over on that side. I lived on New York Avenue. Did you hear about that building that got struck by lightning? This is about maybe I guess like 10 years ago now. I used to live there and I also lived in East New York for a minute on Sutter between Hemlock and Autumn. I went to
Yeah.
school in Brooklyn. I went to Brooklyn Tech. What high school did you go to?
Yeah. Oh, you went to
Yeah.
Brooklyn Tech. You know
Yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah.
You know what? I flunked the entrance exam to Brooklyn Tech by 1 point.
Yo, you know what's
Point.
crazy? I didn't
Yeah,
even
I
want
got
to go
New
to
York
Tech. I
in
wanted
my
to go to
life.
Bronx Science because, like, back in the day, my mom had found this ring and it was like this beautiful green gem. So I kind of had it stuck in my crawl. So I didn't get into science. Like, that test was ridiculous and I had a sore throat and, like, there were pigeons on the like, it was just terrible. So all of a sudden, they're like, yo, you didn't get into science, but you got into tech. I'm like, oh, yo, I was depressed. Yo, I was upset for like a good week. But you know
Yeah.
what? Bronx Science people were miserable. It was in
Really?
the heart of the South Bronx. Tech was the shit. I loved it. Except, there were like 6,000 people when I went. But what high school did you go to?
I actually went to Rice High School up on West
Oh,
124th
yeah, that
Street
was
in
a
Meadows.
private school, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
parochial school, it's Catholic school.
Right, exactly. Well, I call private Catholic
Yeah.
same difference.
Yeah. No, but
She was my favorite girl.
they shut down. I think it was in 2006 because of financial issues. Man, they just didn't have enough money to
Interesting.
keep it going. I mean,
I
people
didn't
were.
know.
I mean, I remember being in detention one of those times when I acted out like an idiot, standing there for an idiot because you can't do anything. You stand there for an hour like a dunce, a real dunce.
Yeah, they get it in the
And
Catholic schools.
and
Did
I
they
remember
literally put the dunce cap on you?
Yeah.
no. Well, they don't do that, but you damn sure feel like you got one on
Like,
because you
yeah.
can't do anything but stand there.
Metaphorical, right?
Yeah, exactly. But check it out. Now the administrator said that, you know what? He said, I said, I don't understand you, young man. Okay, you're going to the school. Do you realize that that there are some of your brethren in here who actually pay their own tuition to come here, and you idiots are standing here doing nothing because you can't follow the rules. You can't follow the dress code. You know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just follow the dress code and you're good. But now you idiots are going to be here. And he had all these little papers and whatnot, checking who's there, how much time they got left on detention. Sometimes guys would have a week. Sometimes guys would have 2 or 3 days. Or sometimes, as in my case, it usually was always just one day, one day, 1 hour to my relief and my chagrin at the same time. But, it is what it is,
Right? It
I
really
mean,
is.
but it shows the fallibility of the human mind, though. Sometimes you know what the rules are in general, but sometimes you break them, and pay the consequences.
Most of the time, you got to break them in order to figure out you want to follow them.
Oh,
Else it's just control.
the key is to learn and understand the rules. That way you
Yeah,
can bend them.
And
Right?
decide whether or not any of them even serve you in that way proper. Because
Or
like
yeah, or just
bending,
yeah, don't even
right.
fucking deal with them.
That's
Or
true.
that all together, right?
Same thing. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
All right, let's
Yeah,
get
that's
closing
cool.
comments, man. I've been at
Okay.
4:33, and like I said, it's going on 2 a.m. and I got to get my because it's Wednesday and we're going into the weekend. She's got to go back to school on Monday, and she's the type where she'll get stuck on this type of sleeping pattern, and I got to get her
Right.
butt.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I got to do parent stuff.
Oh, indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure speaking with you all. Happy New Year and all those great salutations. Thanks for having me up here.
Wait, hold on one
It's always a
second, because
pleasure.
god damn it.
Yeah, same to you.
Another one of these damn. What's up with these bots?
Yeah,
Just by the way, what's up with that? Anybody know?
No, a lot of people keep saying they're Russian bots, which I find very strange. But basically,
yes, right, because that was a Russian name on a bot I just blocked. But
yeah, that was a Russian name. But
you saw it. Okay.
Russian bots doesn't mean that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't
So
mean okay. That's another conversation.
Yeah, it's just people putting like pornography website links into like spamming chats. That's all it is.
Yeah. No, it's just like a thing right now. I'm kind of noticing it the last few live streams we've done, and I'm like, dude, okay, what the hell is this, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get last words, man. I'm gonna shut it down. Let's start real life.
It was cool speaking with y'all. I think that a lot of times we get frustrated, and I think that's really a cool part of it. But at the same time, I do still think there's a point in all of this, so that's great. Thanks for having me, and good night and good day and all that. Talk to y'all next time.
Of course, and you're welcome anytime. Okay.
Cool.
Peace. All right. Mosman?
It was a good time, great conversation, great thoughts to really take away and to help me become a better man. I would say, young men, really devote yourselves to learning who you are, learning the things you want, and learning how you can help children around you, even if you don't want to have children. Stop blaming women for your own, issues. Be cool to every brother you see, and smell good, drink water, and take care of yourself.
Smell good, drink water, and take care of it. Dude, that's like the 3 keys to life.
Indeed.
Smell good, drink water, and take care of yourself.
That's right. Take care of your psychosomatic hygiene. And you'll be good. Yeah.
Good shit, Mosman. Eric, what you got on it, bro?
Hey man, well, you know me when I come up here, man. I come up here, I listen and converse with you all, man, and I come here to learn something. You know what I'm saying? I usually do. You know what I'm saying? And anything that I can add to the convo, I go ahead and throw in my 2 cents. It's always a good time for me, man. So thanks for letting me up.
I appreciate it, man. Also, Ryle had to bounce out earlier. So he was. And shout outs to Truth as I know, by the way. I know we he and I had a back and forth, but it was no. Well, the thing is that there's no beef, right? And so even if I have some sort of conflict or anything like that, what I don't want it to result in is some sort of beef or anything like that. And so I do want to salute shout outs to him. But Ryle and I did have. We kind of like had a targeted message where we were gonna go with it. And I'll say this. I'll say this. Even though that might have been might have been the attention, maybe the conversation that transpired was needed, right? That's why there's no hard feelings with Truth. So that's why I want to shout him out and salute him. Right. He's been here a long time. That's why I was just like, yo, I'll drop you down because it's kind of not going the way I wanted to go because we don't do this, but we're not doing no beef nothing. That's why I brought him back up and we're cool. Right. So I just want to make sure that for the record, everyone knows we're cool. Right. We're cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And as far as like any like last thoughts or comments I have on it, what the ultimate point, and I guess Ryle and I we'll circle back. We'll do like a we'll probably retheme it as something else. It'll kind of touch on the same thing, but it'll kind of have a different different thing, right? But the reality is that um either you're in a state of confusion or a state of clarity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would say, but I would say there's a nuance though. I think there's that middle road too, where you transition from confusion to clarity as well, you know, and it can go back and forth, you know.
Yeah,
What
hold
do
on.
you think?
No, I'm just let me do this here. So there we go. Um,
Yeah.
no, man. What we want to do is we want to be able to always be in a ultimately what we want to always be able to, particularly as men, right? Because
Right.
this is
Yeah.
Sapio-Males guide to the
Mhm.
galaxy. This is
Right.
why I appreciate real life for coming up, because she could
Mhm.
be she as a female, she could be an intelligent voice, right? That's not skewed one way or the other. Like she's gonna just we're gonna talk the intellect side of all of this, right? That's why I
Right.
really value when she comes up. Every time she
Mhm.
comes up and we have conversations, it always goes this way. We never get like on some combative shit,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Mhm.
But that's sort of like what we want ultimately. That's what we're trying to convey, man. It's like this gender war shit is an illusion.
Oh,
A
yeah. I
lot
mean.
of shit, that gets talked about in the
Mhm.
manosphere that
Mhm.
are actual problems are
Mhm.
actual illusions, right?
Yeah.
That was initially what Rael and I were gonna go on, because
Right.
as soon as you can clear up the confusion and you gain clarity,
Mhm.
then you start to see what the path is, and you'll find that the path is not as convoluted when you view it with a sense of clarity than it was when you were in a state of confusion,
Right. Yeah.
right? And so
Mhm.
that's the fundamental issue, the fundamental problem. People are
Right.
confused about shit. They're confused about how relationships work. They're confused about who they are as a person. They're confused
Right.
about like what is my purpose in the world,
Mm.
right?
Right. Yeah.
Confusion,
Yeah.
right? And it all kind of, it's not separate, man. These things kind of overlap and intermingle in our lives, and then it creates these situations where people desire things, but then they'll routinely go and do shit that does not get them what they desire.
Yeah. Well, I mean that that the thing about it is that's a learning process, and I mean, come on, man. I mean, men and women can be hard headed, man. You know, they know they know with clarity what a solution can be to the problem, but psychologically they don't want to do that. You know, they don't want to speak on that, and they don't want to act in that manner. That's
But some
solution
do.
based.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
Some do, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. True.
this is where this channel. That's the purpose of this channel,
Right.
is to provide that for those who might have been led astray, man. But
Yeah.
ultimately, they understand that there's a better way,
Yeah. Of course.
right?
Yeah.
What we're
Hmm.
trying to do is just be that light beacon,
Hmm. Yeah.
So we got to have these kind of hardcore conversations, sans all the entertainment and the clout chasing and the right.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
that's why we don't monetize, because this is like, okay, look, in our minds,
Hmm.
if we don't monetize, then you should really take us seriously, because it ain't about the money.
Well, there's a book by Michael Sandels, I think it is, and the title of the book is "What Money Can't Buy." You know.
Exactly. There is shit in the world that money cannot buy, dude.
Yeah.
This is a
Indeed.
fact.
Hmm. And monetization, you know, monetization. It's got its how can I say it's got its ulterior motive, you know, even though it's not just expressly written out or said, but usually when you monetize, and being that YouTube for a large part is seen as an entertainment, channel per se, um this is what audiences are expecting, and this is what YouTube is. How can I say? They're endorsing it, through the analytics, through the algorithms and things like
Yeah.
that. So, it is what it is, man.
No, there's certain tricks of the trade that uh we would have to play.
Right,
I could at you know 7 granules or some shit. I could at him in a in the title of a video, right? Because
right,
that's a way to kind of trip the algorithm, right? To get things to pop up into other people's feeds to come and check you out, more
right,
views, more subs, more etc. Right? I
right.
could I could cam up,
Yeah.
right? But the thing about it is that with this particular platform, the Black Brain Trust, it's not
Mm,
predicated upon anybody camming up,
right.
right? It's
Hmm.
about information dissemination. Okay,
Right.
so I could cam up to get the numbers up, but that's
Yeah.
never anything we were ever built on to begin with, right?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
there's other places where people don't have to do that shit.
yeah.
So
And
yeah,
now I'm just saying that, I mean, you don't need the cam up to get your message out. People are going to hear what you
yeah.
say. You know
I
what I'm
mean, if you
saying?
want to see me, like, go to my channel, right? And then just, I
Mhm.
don't know, go dig through the videos. You'll see me in there somewhere, right? If
Right.
if you're that pressed for it,
Right.
my thought is that the information is more important than my fucking face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's like, I tell you what I don't like. Okay, when people cam up, right, on their own platform, right, and then people make little snide, little snarky comments. Oh, he looks like this. Oh, he looks like a gangster today. Oh, he looks like a pimp today. Or she, she looks like she's trying to get attention. She looks like an attention whore. All this type of shit, man, and it's all caused because people can't look at the people that are cammed up and listen to the message at the same time. They're distracted by the physical appearance before them.
Well, and that's the reason why I play with social media the way I do it.
Mm,
Right? What
yeah,
I'll do is I'll play more with like visual aesthetics,
right.
sound aesthetics, the music,
Yeah,
jazzy sounds. I'll play with it that way,
right.
right? Like,
Hmm.
yeah, I could. I was gonna say I put my ugly mug out here.
Mm.
Some women think I'm actually handsome.
Well, I mean,
I'm just gonna
wait,
say my ugly mug. I could put
yeah.
it out here. I
Well,
could,
yeah,
but that's not what I'm here for.
yeah. My
I can do
mugshot is
it.
my.
I can do it, and
Mm,
you know what?
mm,
I do plan to flip the camera on and all this kind of shit because I do want to test the algorithm. I want to
yeah.
see if like me being cammed up and all that
Hmm.
does change the viewing analytics, right? Does it
Right.
trigger? I need to understand this. I need to know this, right? Because there's indications to me that this is actually the case,
Yeah. Because
right?
I
Like
mean.
if the camera is on you,
Hmm.
then there's a different algorithm that you tap or you trip, and
Right.
I'm down for exploring this, right? That's why I'm like, no, I mean, in the future, I'm gonna cam up, dude. I'm gonna do it
Right.
because I want
Okay.
to know some things, right? But
Hmm.
I also feel congruently at the same time that content and the quality of it is literally just as important as whether I fucking put a camera on or not,
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
right?
Well, see, that's why I said before that a lot of times what happens is that the content is not being listened to because people are being distracted by the physical image they see before them. You see what I'm saying? So in some cases they don't take the person seriously because of the way he or she is dressed, okay,
Right.
or the style of hair that they have, the beard versus the non-beard versus the clean shaven, all this type of stuff. The women, the dreads, the dreads, and as opposed to the dread, the pressed hair or the natural. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
you know, I mean, I like seeing that, but I mean, you got to get beyond that. Once you see that and you listen to the content, and if you're up on a panel and you're involved in the colloquy, then that's what it's about. It's about the colloquy, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going through. What was it? Real life. She was saying, "I've never seen you. You're dope. It should be." I mean, but I don't have a problem showing myself because there's another. I actually have, and I've said this like long time ago, like when I first started getting this manager shit. Like people be like, "Oh, you're not trying to show your face. You're just this." And I was like, "Dude, if you look up a channel called Two Flags Racing, right? Like you literally TWO Flags Racing, and then go back into that content. That's my buddy Luke. Go back maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. You'll see a whole bunch of videos of me. That's when I was racing. But I was doing I was active in like karting and doing all that shit. And like that's the YouTube channel where you'll see a lot of me. That's why I'm like, if you want to see me, you can. You know, but in terms of these type of conversations here, I don't think it's important. I can do it, but I don't think it's important for people to see me in order to understand why we're talking about the virtues of confusion and clarity, and why it's important that we understand one versus the other, because once we do, I think we can all agree we all want clarity, right? I would think so. It makes life easier to navigate and roll through. But a lot of these manosphere conversations and women's sphere and pick-me sphere and whatever sphere they're calling them, they're calling them nowadays. It's a lot of circular confusion. It's, like I said, juxtaposed positions. 1 minute I'm saying this, next minute I'm saying this, right? And then it's just 8-hour panels where and I'm like, it is so not this difficult. It really isn't. I thought as humans we were smarter than this.
Well, that is one of the reasons why I like BGS's platform, because at least when he's talking about things, as assertively as he does, or as pointedly as he does, what he will do, he will say, "Well, this is the book that I've read from. Check it out." You know, this is this man's publication. This is this woman's publication in relation to the topic he's talking about. So now, the way I see it is this: okay, I can look at that book and do research for myself, analyze it for myself, and then come back to him later and say, "Well, hey, that book you recommended, yeah, so and so and so and so and so and so. Okay, well and good, but okay, my pushback, is this, that, and the other thing. You know what I'm saying? And we're on the same page per se. Even though our interpretation of what's written is different.
Wait, hold on. Real life, you said for those of us who have done it, it isn't a big deal exactly. What are you talking about specifically? I just want to make sure I get the context of her comment right. She said for those of us who have done it, it isn't a big deal exactly. I'll just wait for her. I just want to make sure I understand the context of that comment right there. Because I don't know what she was referencing, but that's interesting. Yeah. So I mean, dude, look, on my end, man, I'm here. I'm not here for redundancy purposes.
Right.
That's not what I'm here for. I don't like even the talking points. Wait, she said it being on camera. You read it. Okay. Okay. Never mind. All right. Oh shit. Hold on a second. Let me grab this real quick. Yeah, man. So that's the reason why I'll take it upon myself to have these kind of conversations and really try to like thread the what's the term, thread the needle, push the narrative, whatever the hell, right? Because I'm not a complacent type of person, right? Like I'll like being stuck in if I know there's somewhere I'm trying to go, like if I'm stuck in a place where I know there's somewhere I'm trying to go, after a certain point my skin will literally start to crawl. right? And I'll be
Yeah, I
like,
get you.
yeah, dude, you gotta fucking do something.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of like the pervading mindset, and Ryle's the same way, and that's why we were just on some like, yo, when you get in that situation,
Mm-hmm.
you literally gotta kind of like take to yourself and sort the shit out, get clarity, and then get a plan for movement going forward, right?
Oh yeah.
Confusion is never a state we want to stay in.
Oh no, indeed not.
We
I
never
mean,
want to be in that state as a practice, as
yeah.
a normality,
Mm.
right? And
Yeah.
I think that black culture has um has normalized
Right.
has
Mm.
normalized it. And that's something we need to get uncomfortable with.
Oh yeah, indeed. I mean, it's. I mean, if you think about it, confusion is an illness and a symptom of procrastination, man. You know what the situation is. You pretty much know what you need to do to start working on it, yet you don't. You find it. I mean, sometimes people find a reason not to deal with an issue. You know, and
Yeah.
on the other hand, you have people who like, okay, they see what the issue is, and they say, okay, well now I got to find a way to resolve this because I am confused about a relationship that I'm having with somebody, young man, young woman, whatever the case may be, and I need to get at the crux of this, the meat and potatoes of it, if you will, and figure it out, with this person, but also introspectively, and to keep it moving.
All right, man. I just have my little one walk in. She's just like, "Are you done?"
Yeah.
And I'm looking at her like,
Well,
seriously?
what she's telling you, right? When she asks you, "Are you done?" Hey, Daddy, I need your attention right now.
She has my attention all the time, man. What are you talking about? That's why I'm looking at her like, can I get a moment?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I've actually, we're going on 5 hours, dude. I've had
yeah,
that. That's why she's
yeah.
looking at me like, oh yeah, you've had your moment, dude. Like, come on, what
Right,
the fuck?
indeed. That's
Yeah,
why I was. That's why I was saying. This is what I've learned. Raising two. With my wife. Son and daughter. They look at you a certain way, or they do certain things to get your attention to say, "Hey, listen."
no, this one right here, man. What she does is she'll just, well, she's the only one.
Yeah.
So it's not as if she has to do something distinctive from some other child, right? I only have one.
Right.
So
Hmm.
she'll just come in, she'll do this thing where it's just like, you ever like when they say, you carry a woman over the altar, you have
Yeah.
her legs in your arm, and then,
Yeah.
right? So her thing to me is like when she needs my attention,
Hmm.
it's like, pick me up like this,
Uh huh.
right? So then when that happens, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So she came in with that look just now, and I'm sitting in a chair, so I can't hold her that way. But she's just like,
Yeah.
um, okay, time's up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's cool, man. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm some sort of simp to my daughter or anything. That's not
Right.
it. It's just you got to
No.
understand, as a father,
Yeah.
right? As a father,
Hmm.
you have to. It's not just an ironclad type of thing, because what happens is that when she gets older, she'll
Hmm.
understand that the man in her life will need time to do things,
Right.
right?
Indeed. Yeah.
And what it is that she does, it she'll give me time to do things, but
Hmm.
just like her mother, right, who's
Hmm.
no longer here
Right.
with us, my
Hmm.
wife,
Right.
she'll say, okay, I've given you a few hours, hi, hello, you done?
Yeah.
How much
Exactly.
more
Yeah.
time you need?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Right, and then that's where it becomes incumbent upon me to be mindful of her needs now, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Right. This is, oof, I don't want to, I don't, the submission thing is kind of weird to me. That's why I'm
Yeah.
like, it's not, it's compromise, it's friendship, it's
Hmm.
vulnerability, it's all these other things. When we go to submission, because that word has a definition,
Hmm.
however, that's not the end all be all of relationships when it comes to men and women. It's not like I require this, right? It's sort of like, no, it's sort of like, okay, there's all these various factors that lead to quote unquote submission.
Oh yeah, indeed.
There's these other things that lead to it. It's not just a singular thing, and so that's when, you know. But not to go down that road, because I literally I gotta shut this down. She's
All
like,
right,
yo,
man.
enough,
Okay.
enough.
Yeah, go ahead and tend to your youngin, man.
Yeah. Hey, so Eric, you said around this time. What time is it in Finland?
It's right now it's almost 20 past 12. As a matter of fact, it's just 20 past 12 right
Like
now
noon?
in the afternoon. Yeah, in the afternoon. Yeah.
Shit, that's crazy, dude. Because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah. Well, 10 hours, man. 10 hours.
Yeah. It's like completely noon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, any last words, bro? Any last words?
No, man. Hey, man. Yeah. I mean, it's as far as the father and child relationship, whether it's daughter or daughter and father, or father and son, or both. Father and son and daughter. I mean, it is what it is. You deal with it the best way you can, and you keep it moving, and you'll see the progress that you make, because you'll see how your child moves as she grows older and as she matures. You know.
Oh my god, dude, that's the shit I like lose sleep over every night. I'm just like,
hmm
oh my god, like
What
I
what
don't want
what
my
father
daughter
doesn't?
to turn out to be
Yeah,
some tattooed freak.
yeah. I mean, what father doesn't, man? I mean, that's part of fatherhood, man. You're gonna worry, man. You
Yeah.
worry. You worry all your life because you're gonna be a father all your life. It's the gift that keeps on giving. You
Well,
can't get
it's
away from it until you stop breathing. You hear what I'm
yeah,
saying?
it's the well, you know what it is, man. It's like
uh,
I know I chose right with her mom,
right, right.
and she takes after her mom so much,
Yeah.
right? Like just kind of pulling Netflix up and then putting a movie on and then just kind of doing that whole where they just sort of lay there and watch it type of thing. And she's
Yeah.
doing that at 10, just like her mother, right? So she takes
Uh,
after her, and what I don't want is some sort of disturbance in the force,
right. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
To disturb
Mhm.
that type of shit. I literally want her to meet a guy in just sort of like that state that she's in the future,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Where he's like, okay, wow,
Mhm.
so you just you read books and you do this, and right, it's none of
Right.
this social media shit. Like I said,
Right.
she literally does take after her mom. Well, her mom, dude, her my wife is older than me, dude.
But my wife's older than me.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Four
saying.
and a half
You know,
years older.
I chose a chick who was a couple years older than me because
Mhm.
it was a maturity thing,
Yeah.
right? Like I've
Yeah.
always been told dude, when I was a little kid, they used to call me an old man in my family, right? Because
Uh-huh.
I'm so mature. So
Uh-huh.
when I got older, man, I saw older women, and so with her, she was in a different. I was in a different space. She was in a different space,
Right.
and
Yeah.
so that's reflective in our child. And I see those patterns and habits, and I don't want that shit disrupted. I don't want her confused by
Mhm.
anything, thinking that her natural disposition to want to kind of just be reserved and all this kind of stuff is
Right.
somehow weird,
Mm.
and that she should be hypersexual and all this type of shit. Dead
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Mhm.
Not
Right.
happening, dude.
Exactly.
Um. Okay. Well, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it short, man. Because, like I said, man, I'm
All
coming
right.
up on 2:30. I need to get to bed.
All right.
And
Salute, man.
yeah. I appreciate you, Eric, for rolling through. I also, Rael, I know he had to shake out. This was kind of, he and I's collab. So
Right.
I'm gonna circle back with him. We're gonna circle back for more, man. I'm gonna get Rael. We're gonna circle back for some more. I
Okay.
also want to thank Mosman. Real life is not in cyberspace. She
Mhm.
did. She's been on a few of our live streams, and I love when she's here.
Right.
That's like
Mhm.
real shit. So big ups to her. I love when she
Mhm.
joins my panels, right? Because there's this other thought also that like men and women can't like productively dialogue. And dude, like every time like her and I love like when
Mhm.
she's on a panel because we don't have that bullshit. Like it's funny
Right.
and it's cool and we learn
Mhm.
from each other. So big ups to her.
Right.
Bozeman, Paul Jones, salute to him, all the way in Thailand, always rolling through.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
And yeah, with that, I just want to say, hit the like button, share this with folks that are, not on the entertainment side, but more on the compelling conversation side.
Right.
Share this with them. Hell, invite them to come on through and contribute to the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. And with that, I'm gonna chunk deuces, and we'll see y'all soon. Peace.
All right. Peace.